Morning, everyone. On behalf of my colleagues at the National Institute of Neurological Disorders and Stroke and our partners at the National Institute of Aging, the National Institute of Child Health and Development, the National Institute of Mental Health, and the National Institute of Deafness and Communication Disorders, I'd like to welcome everyone to our two-day virtual workshop on remote neuropsychological assessments and research. My name is Christy Hardy, and I'm a program director in the Division of Clinical Research, Institute of Neurological Disorders and Stroke, and I'm also a pediatric neuropsychologist. Although we would love to have been able to hold this workshop in person, we thought it was fitting to hold a meeting about remote assessments in an all virtual space. We were pleased to have over 400 registrants and to be able to make a recording of the workshop available for those who cannot attend all or part of the sessions. Next slide. I have a few housekeeping notes before introducing our first speaker. First, we have endeavored to make our workshop accessible for audience members with sensory needs. Live captioning will be available, and we've asked our speakers to describe themselves for those with visual impairments. To that end, I'm a middle-aged white woman with reddish-brown hair wearing a black and white shirt and a gray sweater. The background I'm using, and which will be used by many of our speakers, was developed for this workshop. And includes a large multicolored brain centered above a drawing of a cell tower. Below the cell tower, a dotted blue line connects a simple graphic image of an individual using a chair and a caregiver holding a child on the left with a person using a laptop on the right. I want to note that many of our speakers today have pre-recorded their talks, but our question and answer sessions, as well as our breakout rooms, will be live and will include presenters or panelists. For sessions, we welcome questions or comments from the general audience. And these questions and comments can be directed to the chat, which will be monitored by members of our planning committee throughout the entire workshop. A live discussion between speakers and audience members will occur during the breakout rooms today and tomorrow. If you have any technical difficulties, we have members from our partners at Rosalie and Associates and Derek Smith can be reached by email or in the Zoom chat with questions about tech or logistics. So to start us off today, I'm very pleased to introduce Dr. Walter Koroshetz. Dr. Koroshetz has served as the director of the National Institute of Neurological Disorders and Stroke since 2015. Prior to joining NIDS in 2007, Dr. Koroshetz served as vice chair of the neurology service and director of stroke and neurointensive care services at Mass General Hospital and was professor of neurology at Harvard Medical School. We are pleased to have him welcome us to the workshop.
Hello, I'm Dr. Walter Koroshetz, the director of the National Institute of Neurological Disorders and Stroke, and I want to welcome you today to the workshop on assessment of cognition using remote technologies. Really sorry I can't be there with you today. I'm out of town at a gene therapy meeting, but this is really an important area that it's really worth bearing down into when we're trying to do research. Certainly, the area of cognition is really super important. Cognition is what really leads to our functional capacities in today's modern world. And assessing cognition across the lifespan requires tools that are that meet the needs depending on the age of the individual, the cultural environment of the individual, and there are new tools that we are hopefully going to be looking at during the workshop today. Some of those were born of necessity during COVID. Others are really coming out from the technological advances that have occurred in communications and the assessment of behaviors. So I'm reminded of my mentor, Dr. C. Miller Fisher, who said that as soon as, if you're interested in how the brain works, as soon as you try and test it, you're in a completely different space. So what we'd like to do, and what he was saying, is that you really like to assess the individual's brain function in the most natural environment possible. And of course, that's really been difficult with the old technologies. You had to bring somebody in, sit them at a table, show them cards. What do you remember? What order do you remember them in? Um, but that definitely has changed now. I think that computer adaptive technologies for testing was kind of my first introduction to this, where the next question depends on the previous performances, so you narrow down much more quickly on where you need to understand where that patient sits in any cognitive domain. That certainly shortens things down. You don't have to go through 50 questions. You can quickly get to the ones that are giving you the added information by adding the next question on. And then COVID came, of course, and all the research had to move towards remote assessment of cognition because it was not possible for people to come in and interact with the neuropsychologist or the coordinator, sit down behind a table and go through the normal neuropsych testing. And now I think it's a good time to see what did we learn from that experience. What tools were valuable in a pinch versus what tools were actually going to be valuable over the long run. And of course, it depends on a lot of different variables. You want to know how whatever tool you have been using in the remote environment actually performs, probably compared to the gold standard of sitting down at a table and doing a cognitive testing. But clearly, that's really important to understand now. If there are remote testing that approaches the gold standard, there's a lot of advantages to doing that because you're testing people in a more natural environment. I think on the other, looking to the future, I think, you'd like to be able to get assessments of cognition from someone's performance and what they do, as opposed to putting them in a artificial environment. That may sound crazy now, but I think, with the tools to assess behaviors, to assess speech output, to assess someone's response to things going on in the natural environment, it may not be that far off. But that's clearly down the road in the future. I think now the question is, how do these tools that people have been using in the remote environment actually perform? What's their variance? How do they perform differently, say, in different populations? Things that we had information on before, but don't with the new tools. This conference, this workshop certainly focuses on the remote cognitive testing as a research tool, and that's really so important to what NINDS does, a lot of the other neuroscience institutes. But I think we should also keep in mind that these tools can be adapted to clinical practice, and that is something that there's going to be a greater demand for as cognition becomes something that requires assessment on a regular basis. And so I'm thinking, and maybe guessing, that I'm thinking about treatments for, say, Alzheimer's disease or other dementias, where you want to be able to do cognitive assessments on everyone to detect changes that would indicate that they might benefit from a particular treatment that slows down a progressive neurodegenerative diseases. The point being that any of these treatments are going to be more effective the earlier you catch people, so how to scale up to be able to do that. We have a program called Detect CID, Detect Cognitive Impairment, that is trying to develop algorithms that could be used in the primary care office, but hoping that some of the fruits of your workshop will give guidance on how that might happen in the future. Certainly, there are other clinical scenarios besides progressive neurodegeneration where longitudinal assessment of cognition will be incredibly important, of course, particularly in development of a child, people after head injury, um, and a variety of other circumstances. So I think we're entering a new age, and oftentimes the progress in science is not just because somebody had a great idea, but because there's a new tool, a new technology that allows you to do things you couldn't do before. And so I think we're in a really interesting point of time now. We have these new technologies coming, and we also have the lessons that we learned when we were forced to go remote during COVID. So I hope you have a really productive and interesting and enjoyable time during the workshop. I know Christy Hardy and Adam Hartman from NINDS have worked really hard to put this together, and we have great expectations for your deliberations. So thanks very much, and have a good meeting.
Thanks, Walter. And I'm now going to share my screen, and I will just do a little bit of welcome before we get into our main content for the day. So I wanted to talk just to set some remarks that will hopefully set the tone and let you know what we were thinking about when we were planning this workshop. As many of our speakers will note today, remote assessment of cognition is not new. Researchers began conducting telephone-based assessments of cognitive skills more than 2 decades ago in an effort to include people with mobility issues, remote geographic locations, or other people with time limitations in their clinical research. At the same time, researchers were developing digital measures of cognitive tasks that were generally administered in person until the increasing availability and sophistication of smartphones, tablets, and broadband internet service made these methods much more adaptable for remote assessment. However, as most of us will be aware, the COVID-19 pandemic significantly impacted the conduct of clinical research beginning almost overnight in March of 2020. As a result of stay-at-home orders and concerns for participant safety, much in-person research activity was halted. This pause likely disproportionately impacted trials examining cognition, since much of the research that was halted involved research that did not offer direct, potentially life-saving benefit to the patient. Many researchers were forced to choose between pausing their ongoing research projects, which would necessarily mean enduring missing data for active participants, or trying to modify study procedures to enable remote data capture. This began a burst of activity in the development of remote assessment of cognition. Although some research networks were in place to collaborate on how best to do this, most research teams were forced to quickly adapt their own batteries without much guidance from the broader research or clinical communities. So although we have many, many investigators and providers using remote assessments of cognition now, we also know that many methods that were developed in the crisis context of the pandemic may not be valid, reliable, or more likely optimized for scalability. This is what prompted us to develop the idea for this workshop and bring together the fantastic lineup of participants we will have today and tomorrow. So about 6 months ago, we formed a planning committee with several members of NINDS, seen here, as well as our partner institutes. It's been a real team effort, and you will see many members of this planning committee, including my workshop co-chair, Dr. Adam Hartman, in sessions throughout the workshop. I wanted to clarify that we'll be talking about many different kinds of remote assessment today, and many of our speakers have their own views of what remote assessment of cognition entails. Our planning committee chose to take a very broad view of remote assessment and include any method in which the research participant is not physically present with a clinician or member of the research team. Thus, this can include teleneuropsychological methods, which typically involve testing that's facilitated by a provider or a technician over a platform like Zoom, and often involve adaptations of traditional paper and pencil measures. In addition, remote assessment can involve having individuals complete online forms and questionnaires, tests using apps and digital measures, and increasingly, remote assessment can also involve tasks that are self-administered. They capture ecological information about functioning in the moment, or even involve passive data collection with keystrokes on a smartphone, a phone, or wearable devices. What we really want to talk about today and tomorrow is what can remote assessment be? I think many of us have strong hopes that remote assessment of cognition can increase our ability to include a diverse range of individuals in our work, take advantage of technological advances to increase the range of cognitive skills that are assessed. And in addition, this same technology has the potential to increase both the precision and the frequency of assessment, as well as to allow us to measure cognition in a variety of contexts at different times of day, and perhaps with closer relevance to real-world functioning. At the same time, we also hope that these methods may decrease the cost of collecting this data, while also making it more efficient in terms of provider or investigator time to administer, score, and enter this data, as well as the burden on patients or research participants to come to our academic centers or clinics. Those potential benefits also come with some questions or concerns about using this data. So we have tests potentially about ensuring our test security. For clinicians, they want to know, am I getting the same clinical information as I would be if I had the patient in clinic? Increasingly, especially as insurance providers change temporary regulations that were in place during the pandemic, there's a concern about how will I be paid for this work that's conducted remotely? And we'll also be talking about what if there's a clinical emergency or other safety concern and I don't have the patient in front of me? How can I manage the testing environment if I'm not there? What if my patient has sensory motor challenges or behavioral challenges or cognitive challenge that I usually monitor and problem solve when I have the patient in clinic? And how can I make sure that this methodology is reaching all the patients that I need to see? Secondly, for researchers, there are a similar range of concerns. Are these remote assessments reliable and valid? How can I ensure diversity, equity, and inclusivity in my sample? How does using this methodology change the requirements for institutional review boards, regulatory guidelines that involve remote data capture? And what are the different types of data that I can collect remotely? And what about how technology can enable this, but also has variability in terms of device and connectivity issues? So what we're hoping may come out of this workshop, right? What we're hoping may come out of this workshop are conversations and collaborations that will get us towards a consensus on which of the many methods we'll hear about are ready for use, while also recognizing that we'll likely have to develop additional methods. This figure depicts a method for developing and validating remote assessments, in this case developed for assessment for neuromuscular disorders. This is a great template to use for cognition as well. And it really involves all of the good elements that we think when we're developing any new methodology, including focus on measures that are patient-centered and clinically relevant, and going through a really long process of figuring out what we need to use, how we need to collect this data, and then importantly, how we need to establish reliability, validity, and sensitivity before we can deploy this at a scalable level. Finally, I wanted to emphasize something that has been a focus of our planning committee from the start. We really want to make sure that as we're thinking about this remote work, that we have in mind groups that are designated by the NIH as those experiencing health disparities, as well as thinking about how we make sure that we're fostering research inclusion. Populations that are affected by health disparities are those that are at at risk for or experience higher levels of illness, as well as associated morbidity and mortality. And these include, most recently, minoritized racial and ethnic groups, people with lower socioeconomic status, underserved rural communities, sexual and gender minority groups, and most recently, people living with disabilities. We believe that it is very critical to develop and validate research methods that are inclusive of these groups. And what we know so far is that data characterizing how remote assessments of cognition have addressed diversity, equity, inclusivity is lacking. And so we're really hoping that we'll learn more about this and be able to have conversations that move us towards inclusion and equity. So with that in mind, our workshop objectives are really in these 4 different areas. Today, we'll really focus on looking at where we've come so far, what methods we have, as well as what gaps in knowledge and potential pitfalls that we have in our existing remote assessments of cognition. And then into tomorrow, we're really going to talk about novel or emerging methodologies for assessing cognition and neurodevelopmental change. Throughout both days, we're really hoping to identify metrics of equity, diversity, and inclusion, as well as success in all of the remote assessment technologies that we're going to talk about. And then we would like to use this wonderful community of investigators and clinicians and other community members that are joining us in the workshop to really start having communication and collaboration about how best to develop, validate, and deploy these methods at scale across our research involving participants across the lifespan. So with that in mind, I would like to introduce our next speaker. To stop screen sharing. I would like to introduce our next speaker. Anna Williams is, sure that I'm getting to my right screen. Anna Williams will talk to us as a patient from a patient and family perspective, informed by her experiences as a parent to a child with several medical and neurodevelopmental conditions. Ms. Williams serves as an advocate and supporter for families coping with Phelan-McDermott syndrome in need of medical, educational, or disability services. We are delighted to hear her speak today on what the opportunity for remote assessment of cognition may mean to patients and their families.
I am a woman in her late 30s. I have medium length brown hair and blue eyes. I am wearing an emerald green blouse and a black necklace. Good morning. I'd like to thank Adam and Christy for the opportunity to speak here today. It is a true honor to talk about my sweet girl and to share her experiences with you all. I'm the mother of Lily, a beautiful 8-year-old girl. She is a twin, and in the first year of the twins' lives, they met the normal milestones together. But somewhere between 11 to 12 months, we began to see differences. Lily developed babbling and then lost it. She knee walked and cruised, but could not walk independently until we provided her with orthotics at 20 months. Once she had the orthotics, she ran and climbed the playground. She would play peekaboo and other social games with her brother. Then, a few months later, she stopped responding to her name. And at age 2, she was diagnosed with autism and apraxia. She is nonverbal. At age 3, she suffered a severe regression after fevers from a UTI. She spent weeks sitting at the end of our couch or on her bed. Screens were the only things that interested her. She completely lost the ability to play. Her fine motor skills disappeared, and she stopped engaging with her brother. Her gait was severely affected, and she could no longer run or climb. While this was emotionally devastating, the regression enabled us to access specialized care, and she was diagnosed with epilepsy and Phelan-McDermott syndrome. As you can see, the frame shift mutation in her SHANK3 gene has affected her globally. Her epilepsy, which began as rare 30-second staring spells, evolved into clusters of absent seizures with loss of consciousness, as well as tonic seizures and atonic drops. Last year, after 2 hospitalizations, Lily was diagnosed with Lennox-Gastaut syndrome. Over the years, we have had to build a robust team of specialists, therapists, and support staff to care for all of her needs. Lily's been unable to attend school due to her susceptibility to infections, and so I have created a home school environment with home hospital teaching from her local school, along with over 35 hours per week of ABA, occupational, physical, and speech therapies. Since we live in Southern Maryland, many of her specialists are located at least an hour's drive away or more. This is burdensome due to the time wasted for travel, and it's hard on Lily herself. For many years, she has suffered from motion sickness after any car ride longer than 15 minutes. It often results in projectile vomiting, and the stress has even lowered her seizure threshold. We have an entire protocol for car rides, which includes always having an adult seated next to her to clean her up, prevent aspiration, and administer seizure rescue meds. Recently, Lily also developed dystonia in her legs, and she frequently complains of pain when sitting. We don't attempt family vacations anymore because the stress to her and the rest of the family is too much. When we found out that we could participate in the NIH PMS Natural History Study mainly by telehealth, it was great news. We've been able to help support their research without having to travel to their site regularly, in person, eliminating that added stress to Lily's fragile health. I believe that when more assessments are offered remotely, there will be a greater increase in participation because families find it more accessible. Lily's regularly seen by a neuropsychologist, and she's been assessed both in office and remotely. In my experience, there were a great number of benefits to the remote assessment model. I didn't have to clear Lily's schedule for an entire day or more. I didn't have to subject her to the discomfort and stress of travel. We were able to provide her ideal environment with her adaptive seating, her AAC device mounts, her comfort items, and snacks to keep her engaged and to promote as much independence in responses as possible. When we had in-office assessments, we had to quickly try to adapt a medical exam room into some semblance of an accessible work area for her to use her AAC device. Lily was visibly under stress from the travel and struggled to perform at baseline. Recently, through her ability to communicate more with sentences typed out on her device, we've discovered that she has internalized feelings of failure after being the subject of assessment in these environments. She knows she's not performing at her best, and we've had to counsel her through it and explain that the failure was on our end, not hers. We have experienced some downsides to remote assessments. Much of the data gathered is from parent questionnaires, which are worded awkwardly for children who are non-speaking or who have sensory motor challenges, and it's hard to know how to answer them. For example, in the Vineland, there are statements like, says 50 words. Is the question about the ability to form and speak 50 different sounding words, or is the question trying to ascertain if the child has expressive vocabulary that encompasses at least 50 words? Here's an excerpt from a questionnaire that I completed earlier this year. Note the questions or prompts and how they're worded. Says, tells, writes, answers, talks. Through our various experiences and in discussions with many of Lily's providers, we've been unable to find any assessments that are accessible to Lily in an electronic format with accommodations for motor planning challenges, cortical visual impairment, or other obstacles that we have had to learn to work around. The more time and effort we have put into adapting the environment around Lily, the more successful she has become at showing us her true level of intellect, and it's pretty amazing. I've navigated this world of special needs parenting for over 6 years now, and I've interacted with many other families along the way. It's often the case that children are identified for early intervention through the county or local school system. This has helped us as a society make great strides towards starting intervening care much sooner, and for that I'm very grateful. But I've also experienced the downsides of poorly executed assessments provided by individuals who lacked appropriate training to handle medically complex children. Their protocols are very rigid and built upon assumptions of a certain level of motor ability. Failure to apply proper accommodations or to modify the delivery of assessments can result in devastatingly false conclusions. These kids and their caregivers are given a ceiling that impacts the choices made about almost every aspect of their lives moving forward. For example, just over 18 months ago, Lily was administered a series of cognitive and academic assessments to guide the planning for her IEP for the next 3 years. We were told she must attend school in person for these assessments. No time was given for her to adjust to her new surroundings or to establish effective communication using her device with the new staff. And immediately on the first day, the assessments began. She returned one more morning that week, and the assessments were continued. Then the following week, she was sick due to being exposed to a virus at school. And the week after that, she was able to attend once more, and they completed their assessments. We then had to remove her from the school because she contracted COVID, and she hasn't returned to in-person since then. The conclusions drawn from these assessments were that in some domains, it was impossible to assess Lily due to her deficit in motor skills and inability to speak. For instance, she could not pick up the shaped object provided in the test kit and place it in the designated spot, so she was disqualified. They would not accept her selection of the same shape in a field of 9 on her speech device as an alternative. The overall metric we were given was that she probably functioned at the equivalent of between a 9-month-old and a 1-year 7-month-old. As parents, we knew these results were ridiculous. She was already using multiple word utterances with her speech device and could identify all colors, shapes, numbers to 100, etc. The 2 speech-language pathologists who had worked with her for the past year wrote a full narrative reporting these same findings, but it was overlooked in the cognitive scoring. It's been less than 18 months since that testing, and here is a sampling of Lily's current work that was shared with me from her ABA team and her in-home teacher. She likes to write fun little stories about her favorite singer using the QWERTY keyboard of her iPad. And she's also shared complex thoughts with immaculate spelling regarding weighty social topics using her AAC device. You can see the screenshot here. She can perform complex mathematical computations on at least a 5th grade level. All of this requires proper seating, proper angling, and alignment of her device, and someone to hold her elbow for support as she orients her finger towards the screen to communicate. I will say it again, these kids are not failing us. We are failing them. Those of us who are able-bodied need to do a better job of providing appropriate and fair assessments to individuals like Lily. We can do this by increasing awareness to families that there are more qualified institutions that are better trained to meet their assessment needs. The discussions that will take place over the next 2 days are vital to making strides towards overcoming the challenges of making cognitive assessments more accessible and more accurate. I want to thank everyone who listens, engages, and acts upon this information. What you do matters. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing your story, Anna, as well as your experience with Lily and what the possibility of remote assessments and the reality for you means to your family. This is really what inspires us. And we know that many other patients and families or participants in research will have a similar type stories. Ideally, this is something that allows people who would like to participate in research to do so without a lot of the burden. I'm pleased now to introduce our keynote speaker, Dr. C. Monroe Cullum. Dr. Cullum holds the Pam Blumenthal Distinguished Professorship in Clinical Psychology in the departments of psychiatry, neurological surgery, and neurology at UT Southwestern Medical School in Dallas. He is a clinical neuropsychologist and researcher with a focus on cognitive disorders and aging, as well as long-term effects associated with concussion. He conducted early work examining validity and reliability of teleneuropsychological assessments, including the adaptation of traditional measures into remote instruments. We're happy to have him set the stage for our workshop objectives by highlighting aspects of the origins and development of remote assessments in cognition. Dr. Cullum.
Hi, my name is Monroe Cullum. I'm a neuropsychologist at the University of Texas Southwestern Medical Center. For those of you without video capability or those who might have visual challenges, I was going to identify myself as a slightly older than middle-aged individual, neuropsychologist. I wear glasses, wearing a blue blazer. Happy to be here today. I especially want to thank the organizers of this important and very timely event, and I'm truly honored to be asked to be a participant here. My work in this area started more than a decade ago, and it's great to see that the field is still evolving and expanding in this direction. And as noted, this is a very, very timely workshop talk. Just going to share my slides here. Always love the technology since it works some of the time, not all the time. Hopefully you can see my slides. So as noted, delighted to be here. It's an honor for me to be with you this morning. I don't really have any significant disclosures to make. I'm involved in a variety of activities, but really none of them relate to today's talk, although I do want to thank NIH for their initial funding and support that got this research started more than a decade ago. So of course, telehealth has been expanding, even pre-pandemic, for a variety of factors. It was even approved for reimbursement, which was continued throughout the pandemic and still is going on for a while longer. We'll come back to that later. A recent paper in press by Scott Sperling and colleagues cited another study that indicated that telemedicine use actually had increased by almost 700% from pre-pandemic to post-pandemic levels. And it provides many, many opportunities for increased access to patient care, but also opportunities for research as well. So if we look at the history of the use of the tele-term, if you will, whether it be telehealth or telemental in this case, since we first started tracking this back in 2013, it's just a PubMed search of terms. But as you can see, the incredible growth that these terms have experienced over the last 10 years. When we look at different disciplines, teleradiology and telerehabilitation have always been among the leaders, but certainly psychology, teleneuropsychology have grown significantly over this time. They're still pale in comparison to some of the other subdisciplines, but needless to say, the number of publications has still increased dramatically since pre-pandemic levels. In terms of a survey, we did this in 2020 during an International Neuropsychological Society webinar. We asked people how much pre-pandemic they were using teleneuropsychology and how much they've been doing it since the onset of the pandemic, and then what they plan to do later. And as you can see, in terms of the different clinical services, whether it's clinical interview, testing, feedback, or actual treatment, the numbers are increasing with the direction of people anticipating to use telemedicine more and more over time. So there's been a big increase in the numbers of publications, but how much has actually the scientific evidence for its support grown? What have we learned? So before we do that, we're going to review briefly kind of how we got there. And I want to start by saying, don't forget the telephone, because since the 1980s, the telephone has actually been used as a reasonable device for cognitive screening, including the adaptation of existing neuropsychological measures, as well as the development of measures specifically created to use in the telephone environment. This was a systematic review done by Dr. Ann Carlew it was with our group at the time. And this paper actually provides some nice tables. Dr. Carlew was extremely thorough in her preparation of this. So there are tables listing the tests that have been used, populations in which they've been used, sample sizes, different languages, and a summary of what some of the tasks are. So that's a useful reference for people looking to utilize the telephone, but also to think about which tasks might be well suited for the televideo conference environment as well. Of course, there are limitations to this form of assessment, which are outlined by Bob Bilder et al. And a clinical neuropsychologist during COVID presentation, if you will, publication. And if we can't see the patient, there are limitations, basically. So we have to ask, how can technology help? And I'm going to jump ahead just briefly, because we're going to talk more about technology specifically. But as one example, here's a use of the telephone. Telephone collected speech samples from individuals with normal cognition, MCI, or dementia. And we did this work. We're collaborating with a group in Spain. The company is called Accessible. And they actually ran speech samples through their machine learning algorithm to show how well we could distinguish normal and abnormal cognition. And it actually looks pretty promising. There are other efforts like this underway across the world, but this is a nice opportunity to collect data in a novel way and in ways that may be clinically useful and quite applicable to research. So when we talk about teleneuropsychology and remote teleassessment, we do have to think about the various means that exist in terms of our ability to collect information and conduct evaluations. Today, for the purpose of today, I'm really going to be focusing on the televideo or video conference based interactions. So of course, some of the early questions that are still being addressed to some degree, although some of these I think have been pretty well answered. What's the impact on some of the psychometric properties? Which are the tests that work best? Which ones don't work as well? What norms are and are not applicable? And then which populations may or may not be suitable for this sort of assessment? As you can see, this happy individual down here being evaluated to assess his cognitive status, which does vary day to day. Some of the early studies had a number of limitations in terms of small sample size, convenience samples, not counterbalanced, no alternate forms, etc. And this was when we started looking at this literature. Gosh, it was in the early 2000s when we were seeking to establish a remote televideo assessment and evaluation. Televideo evaluation and treatment clinic in one of our Alzheimer's disease center satellites. The goal of the study we put together and for which we were very fortunate to obtain funding from NIH, was to utilize common tests in the evaluation of aging adults that would be amenable to this telemedicine environment. And then we selected tests that had alternate forms and counterbalanced everything in order to look at the feasibility, reliability, acceptability, and validity in rural as well as urban populations in patients with and without dementia. This was our old traditional setup. We did have the advantage of a mobile camera at that time. We got a split screen up here in the upper left. You can see the examiner here can see the patient on the left, and she can see what she's displaying, what the stimuli are on the right side. Of course, now we're all used to our own cameras mounted on our computers or using cell phones and tablets for even a more high resolution viewability, is that a word? And the test battery we selected at that time, wanted it to be brief, so it includes these measures of global function, verbal learning, attention, letter and category fluency, word retrieval, and clock drawing. We wanted it to be about a 45-minute evaluation, and we obtained data from just over 200 individuals with and without cognitive impairment, ranging in age 46 to 90 with a mean of close to 70 and mean education of about 14 years, but the range was 6 to 20. We found that the video conference testing took about 5 minutes average longer, although there was a range. We had one patient with dementia who took a lot longer as she kind of basically forgot what she was doing, kind of wandered off from the video teleconference test setting, and we had to get her back in. To look at the results we published back in 2014, Boston naming test, 15-item, letter and category fluency, very, very similar means across test administration modalities with high interclass correlations between the versions of the tests, again, alternate forms counterbalanced. In the literature overall, we see evidence for these measures, letter and category fluency, Boston naming in its various iterations, other naming tests, and then other measures of verbal information processing. In our study for attention and visuospatial, we again saw very similar means between the test conditions, with digits forward, digits backward, and clock drawing showing a little bit lower, but reasonable correlations between each test condition. And then in the literature, additional tests of attention include oral and written trails, symbol digit modalities, and digit symbol, although some of these obviously require a written version, so those can be mailed out to subjects in certain predominantly research settings. But if you're doing these clinically, that has to all be figured out. One has to consider copyright factors, test security issues, etc. There's a visual spatial test. This is an area where there is a need for more tests that are amenable to this remote assessment environment, with things like clocks, BVMT, and aspects of the WACE and its derivations have been done. Verbal memory is a bit stronger. Obviously, it's well suited to administration in this environment. If we look at the verbal learning curves on the Hopkins Verbal Learning Test between test administration conditions, we see very parallel lines. The upper line is the video conference administered version, and the lower line is face-to-face. Same learning slopes, virtually identical levels of performance, slight advantage for video conference, but non-significant. Obviously, the effect sizes were minimal. Same with delayed recall and discrimination performance on the HVLT. In terms of global tests, obviously tests of premorbid functioning, different estimates of global cognition have been used successfully with the remote environment as well, with some subtests being more amenable to the environment than others. As far as executive function measures, that's another area where we still have a ways to go. We're pretty limited in the tests that are available, and some of them are quite variable, like 4-hole trail making test tends to be quite variable in test retest in general. So we need to do more research in this area, and it calls for the development of new measures. In terms of brief screening tests, these have been all used: the Minimental, the MoCA, ADAS-Cog, the R-bands, and more recently the NAC Uniform Dataset Test Battery has also been. There's a paper in Press looking at those results, comparing in-person and telephone-based assessment findings. When you look at correlations between the global brief screening measures, you get high correlations between the face-to-face and video conference administered versions. Likewise with the test batteries that have been looked at to date, with similar findings across video conference and in-person findings, some slight variations, but no significant differences across groups, with generally good correlations across measures. So there seems to be good agreement. What about validity? Several studies have examined validity and the ability of our standard versus remotely administered tests to distinguish impaired from non-impaired patient groups. And in our investigation, the lighter lines here depict the controls, both tested in the telemedicine as well as the in-person environments. And the lower blue lines and black lines are the patients with cognitive impairment. And as you can see, the differences between the healthy and impaired groups were basically the same across the different measures, thus suggesting support for validity of the remote assessment procedure, similar sensitivity to in-person evaluations, and distinguishing at least these groups of patients with normal and abnormal cognition. Our results have been since replicated and extended with this pre-pandemic literature review that's widely cited, showing that face-to-face test results were slightly higher than in-person. Sorry, face-to-face results were slightly higher than the video conference-based assessments in just over half, but then video conference test scores were slightly higher than face-to-face in about a third, with overall no effect of video conference versus face-to-face assessment. Another very nice review of the literature that focused on older adults included a larger battery of, included a larger swath of, or larger sampling of tests from across multiple domains by Mara and colleagues in 2020. Similar conclusions here. No significant differences in test results by test modality, meaning video conference or face-to-face testing. And then this group was a task force from Canada that actually reports on the use of not only remotely administered cognitive screening measures, but also remotely administered neurologic exams. Again, showing good agreement between the face-to-face and conditions, along with recommendations for measures that have shown more promise. So, to summarize at this point, it looks like teleneuropsychology is very promising, and we may be able to use some of the same norms that we've got for many of our test studies to date, but there is caution required that needs to be utilized in conducting these evaluations. I give the analogy of in-hospital evaluations. If you're testing a patient in a hospital room, it's less than ideal. There might be extraneous noises and occasional interruptions, but generally we're able to conduct neuropsychological evaluations in a valid manner, and much is the same with the video teleconference environment. So do patients like it? Well, we actually took a subsample of our original 200, and we had them perform Likert ratings, and most of them were quite satisfied with it. And over half felt they really didn't have a preference as to whether they were assessed in person via these versus the video conference testing. About a third of them actually thought the video conference testing was more fun, although then about a third felt it was easier to communicate with the examiner face to face. A few felt it made them less nervous, actually, to be tested by somebody over television. But what happens if you have cognitive impairment? Well, even in patients with cognitive impairment, as you can see, the lower bars here, still about over half still felt they had no preference in terms of which modality they were to be tested in. About a third of them liked the in-person assessments better, compared to about a fourth of the healthy controls. But we did notice that while 20% of the non-impaired individuals preferred video conference testing, none of the patients with dementia or cognitive impairment actually preferred it. So, of course, there are limitations to the research in this area. A lot of volunteer subjects, brief assessments using carefully selected tests. Not all tests work. Many of the publications, and this is important, since the pandemic started, were actually clinical vignettes, clinical case studies or series of cases. So there had been less, I would say, rigorous clinical trials research that have utilized rigorous methodologies since the pandemic began. And it's still also, the focus has been in clinical settings, with much less research done in the evaluation of patients in their homes. And of course, when we think about testing in a home environment, what could possibly go wrong, right? Like this lovely woman here, she's on her iPad trying to take a test. She might be looking out the window. She apparently has her sewing machine right there, and she's got a dog in her lap. What could possibly distract her and contribute to invalid result or subpar results, right? There is growing there's growing evidence for home-based neuropsych assessment, however, with a number of studies showing feasibility, initial reliability and validity. One of the first was Dr. Lana Harder's pediatric study, and I should make a comment about that as well. There still have been relatively few pediatric studies validating telemedicine-based neuropsych assessment, although more have come out since this was published in 2020. But more and more groups are showing the feasibility even in the home setting. So it is possible. You've got to lay out the ground rules so much more carefully, and that's a whole process unto itself. So consistent with our original findings, most results since then have suggested that it seems feasible, reliable, and a potentially valuable medium for cognitive assessment. Of course, the true litmus test is whether you make it into Wikipedia or not. And since we did, we figured this is the ultimate validity that, of course, our insurance carriers should be able to use this as, hey, it's valid. Of course, there are limitations. Not all tests work. Some have indirect evidence of utility. Some have direct. I do think there are significant opportunities for clinical trials, and especially for new test development as well. Many of us in the field, I along with others in the field, think this is here to stay. Although we do need third-party payers to keep reimbursing if we're going to continue to do this clinically. And the Parkinson's Study Group, Neurosurgical Working Group, actually here made the nice statement. The global pandemic has permanently changed the state of practice for pre-DBS neuropsychical evaluations. I thought that was pretty strong and prescient. We still need more research, though, including more research on in-home assessments. We need more evidence of its utility, efficacy, validity, reliability, et cetera, in different populations, in different groups of individuals who are across the age span. So we need more child studies, and especially we need to explore this more in groups and that have historically been underrepresented. And I think healthcare disparity factors need to be factored in as well, familiarity with computers and so on and so forth. And then we have to think about how we're training in tele-assessment as well. So the recent Minnesota conference on training in neuropsychology covered this, and actually tele-assessment, tele-neuropsychology is one of the content areas that is felt to be important for moving ahead in the future. There have been a handful of studies looking at cross-cultural applications of teleneuropsychology, and most have been quite supportive as well. We had the study in the Native Americans back in 2016. Since the pandemic, there have been a number of others, again, suggesting feasibility, acceptability, and at least initial reliability and validity as well. But there are special factors to consider depending upon the individual's background and special population. I don't need to tell this group that NIH has actually called for integration in digital intervention platforms, as well as more neuroscience and measurement science. And I think this is a nice fit with teleneuropsychology. The APA had a call for research papers just this last year in this area. And thus it continues to be important. I referenced this paper earlier. Scott Sperling and colleagues put this together. And actually, they make the statement that the number of publications has been stagnant since the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic. So you see those dramatic rises in publications for a while. And there's been a real leveling off since the pandemic began slowing. So there's good evidence initially, but more work needs to be done, especially with respect to the in-home assessment of individuals. In terms of the future, we also need to think about access and familiarity with technology, incorporation of these procedures into more clinical trials, into more research as well, development of new measures, adaptations of tests specifically for this environment. I think there's a lot of opportunities for the development of new measures, thinking outside the box. We need to validate against our traditionally sensitive, known gold standard tools, but we don't need to just keep using the same tools. And we need to think about different ways of developing tools, new ways of creating and looking at test norms, and actually capitalizing on computerized testing platforms and using modern analytics and feedback. I think I mentioned a lot of these factors before, but I think I'll skip that slide. And in the future, I think there are many, many opportunities for integrating these various technologies and adaptive testing, machine learning utilization, real-time feedback to examiners as well as patients, maybe integrated with actual brain monitoring. We now know that we can take these portable robots, which are basically iPads on wheels, and those can scoot around hospital settings, sports sidelines to be brought in with for specialist assessments in remote situations as well. I think in the future for assessments, we're looking at incorporation of a lot of these techniques and storage and sharing of data, facilitating rapid data capture, rapid scoring and feedback, and then incorporation with other technologies as well. With that, I will stop sharing and thank you once again for the opportunity to be part of this overall workshop.
Thank you so much, Dr. Cullum. We are running a few minutes behind, so what we're going to do now is take a 5-minute bio break, and then we'll return right after that. And that puts us at about 11:16 Eastern time, or you can adjust according to your own time zone, about 5 minutes. I'd like everybody to welcome everybody back and hopefully get started with our next talk. It's my pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Elena Tsoi. Dr. Tsoi is an assistant professor at the University of California, San Francisco's Weill Institute for Neurosciences in the Memory and Aging Center. She is a clinical neuropsychologist and a researcher with a focus on early detection and diagnosis of neurodegenerative disease, as well as multicultural neuropsychology and social determinants of health and healthcare disparities in Alzheimer's disease and related dementias. It's our pleasure to welcome Dr. Tsoi.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Remote Neuropsychological Assessment in Research, Present and Future Needs workshop. My name is Elena Tsoi. I'm an assistant professor and clinical neuropsychologist at the UCSF Memory and Aging Center, and I'm delighted to be here. I would like to thank Dr. Hardy and Dr. Hartman for inviting me to speak today on the metrics of equity assurance and success. I am a young Korean woman, and I'm wearing a white shirt with a dark navy vest. And would like to welcome you all here. I'll start with my disclosures. I do not have any relevant financial conflicts of interest related to the work presented today, and I have received research funding from the National Institute on Aging, the Alzheimer's Association, and the Global Brain Health Institute. For today's agenda, I will go over a brief overview of remote cognitive assessments. I'll also cover potential challenges and considerations for different types of remote cognitive assessments. I'll then go over critical gaps in equity assurance with a special emphasis on diverse older adults and ADRD populations, and then briefly tell you about UCSF TabCat, which is a platform that I primarily work with as a case study, and finally conclusions. So to start with, incorporation of computer technology into neuropsychological practice is actually not a novel concept by any means, and the first scientific mentions appeared in the literature shortly after introduction of personal computers in 1970s, long before I was born. Research interest in digital neuropsychology since then has been steadily increasing, as you can see on the graph showing the PubMed searches for digital neuropsychology over time. Clinical neuropsychological practice, however, remains largely analog to date and mostly uses paper and pencil tools, with a caveat there that during the COVID-19 pandemic, a lot of clinical practices had to switch to teleneuropsychological services. Talking about teleneuropsychology, cognitive assessment methods using technology can be broadly categorized into teleneuropsychology, which is the practice of using paper and pencil measures and administering them via phone or video conferencing modalities. Digitalization refers to adaptation of paper and pencil tests to computerized administration, for example, a digital version of a trail making test. And finally, new digital tests and batteries are tools that are specifically designed for computerized administration and might not have a paper and pencil analog. I also wanted to give a quick honorable mention to passive digital markers, which capture high frequency data via portable and wearable devices, such as an Apple Watch or a Fitbit. And while I won't go over these devices in this presentation, these are a very promising line of research. So today I'll talk about teleneuropsychology, which is a primarily remote practice, and also go over digital neuropsychology, which involves tools that can be administered either remotely or in person. So the potential of teleneuropsychology is evident. They offer the capability to reach a wider population of individuals who otherwise might not be able to be seen in your research study or clinical practice. You know, these could be individuals who may have restricted mobility or safety concerns or live long distances from the site. There is also evidence suggesting that these types of assessments are positively reviewed and welcomed by patients and caregivers. They might save them time and money to make the trip to the clinic. And prior systematic reviews and meta-analytic studies revealed moderate to good concurrent validity between in-person and video conference-based conditions. And the bottom line between existing reviews is that verbal and mediating tasks tend to exhibit greater consistency, for example, something like verbal fluency. Teleneuropsychology, however, presents unique challenges. First, concurrent validity does not equal comparability. So individual participants may not obtain the same scores across modalities, which has significant implications for longitudinal assessments, particularly if you're switching between teleneuropsychology and in-person neuropsychology. There's also high variability of modifications reported across studies. For example, some study teams mailed the response forms to patients, for example, something like a digisymbol coding worksheet. Other studies reported modifying visual stimuli to make them feasible and acceptable. And unfortunately, given this high variability of modifications, it's difficult to generalize results across different populations and conditions. Evidence on executive functioning and visuospatial tests is variable and inconsistent, which is a concern, particularly in the world of ADRD, where assessment of these functions, both cross-sectionally and longitudinally, is extremely important for differential diagnosis and disease monitoring. So, for example, in a recent review published by Mara, the only executive tests that were included were the clock drawing test and the oral trail speed. And finally, and importantly, teleneuropsychology might have limited use when evaluating individuals who have sensory, for example, hearing impairments, or require interpreter services. The unfortunate reality of it is that the practice of teleneuropsychology might therefore exacerbate existing disparities unless we come up with different types of solutions. Another important consideration related to teleneuropsychological practice with diverse communities is that systematic reviews that I presented just now highlight substantial underrepresentation of racial and ethnically diverse individuals in primary studies. And unfortunately, access to telemedicine services continues to be a challenge in historically underserved communities. Here is the data reported by the CDC National Center for Health Statistics showing that Hispanic, Asian, and Black adults were much less likely to complete at least one telemedicine visit in 2021. And these disparities span beyond race and ethnicity and are also related to poverty, to experiencing poverty and having lower educational attainment. Other important considerations, particularly when working with older adults and individuals with neurocognitive disorders, is that there's insufficient evidence of diagnostic accuracy of teleneuropsychology for mild cognitive impairment and dementia. A recently published Cochrane review reported a really wide range of sensitivity and specificity indicators, making it difficult to consider teleneuropsychology as a viable alternative to in-person services. And in a study published by our group, we also found non-equitable applicability of teleneuropsychology and teleneurology across neurocognitive syndromes. We surveyed 30 neurologists who provide clinical care in our practice, where we see a lot of typical and atypical dementia syndromes. And they named top 5 syndromes for which they thought that in-person visit was necessary. And these included progressive supranuclear palsy, motor neuron disease, corticobasal syndrome, Lewy body dementia, and rapidly progressive dementia. So a common thread among these syndromes is that oftentimes they present with significant motor, sensory, executive, and visuospatial difficulties, all of which are difficult to assess using teleneuropsychological modality. Moving on to digital neuropsychology, as I mentioned before, typically digital neuropsychological tests can include adaptations of existing measures. Like, for example, shown here is the digital clock drawing test marketed by Linus Health that utilizes an iPad and a stylus in order to collect data beyond what you would do from a paper and pencil administration. And new tests, again shown here, is the TAP-GET set shifting measure, which was originally a part of the NIH Examiner computerized battery developed by Dr. Kramer at UCSF that utilizes a touchscreen tablet in order to measure set shifting abilities. And I like doing this exercise. I do it every year where I Google computerized cognitive tests. And this is a search done recently that resulted in 288 million results for computerized cognitive tests. So there are many, many different batteries, individual assessments available, of course, reflecting the potential that digital neuropsychology has for healthcare services. First, digital neuropsychological tools offer precision of measurement and capture unique variables. For example, the most commonly talked about variable is reaction time, something that a human examiner cannot do. But developments in, for example, automated speech analysis also highlight potential value of these measures beyond to what we could do in person. Instant automated scoring and interpretation minimize human scoring error and also allow for instant delivery of results, which is probably more important in clinical practice, but can be applicable in research. Enhanced standardized administration can be achieved when using consistent devices and consistent setting on these devices. Ease of incorporation of multiple languages is very important, because if you're working with diverse communities and you don't want to use or purchase multiple different paper forms, this can be done seamlessly for digital integration. Also, tools allow for adaptive or more sophisticated scoring algorithms, like, for example, item response theory, to be built into the device itself without requiring additional time and burden on the examiner or neuropsychologist. Digital cognitive tools can also be cost effective, particularly in relation to purchasing or generating materials, supplies. They save trees where we don't have to print as much material. And finally, if administered remotely, digital tools can be cost effective in relation to time, training, and staffing, and also potentially increase access for research and clinical services. And here I wanted to highlight just an example of a digital cognitive tool that appears to be very thoughtfully designed and also incorporates multiple of those promising advantages that I mentioned before. So the All-FTD mobile app shown here is developed by one of my colleagues at UCSF, Dr. Adam Staffaroni. And as you can see, it utilizes a sort of user-friendly, engaging interface and very, very simple design of cognitive measures. And in test development, the research team incorporated participant feedback from pilot studies. They asked people about feasibility of tests, about acceptability, difficulty, engagement levels, etc. It uses a flexible design. So beyond cognitive measures, they also collect data like speech samples and motor performance. And in a study published recently, they showed that the performance in All-FTD mobile app cognitive tests tracks disease severity across the FTLD spectrum and also shows high acceptability and adherence across participants. And as wonderful as the digital neuropsychological tools are, they come with their own host of challenges. Examining variables are important to consider, particularly as they can significantly impact performance and introduce measurement error. For example, the degree of familiarity with technology or comfort with technology has been reported to affect performance. There are also important disability considerations. If you're working with participants who might have sensory difficulties, you want to ensure that the test presentation and test engagement has been thoughtfully designed to be for these participants to be able to engage. As with any type of software or hardware, there are many technical issues to keep in mind, both for developers of the test as well as users of the tests. These include everything from variability in hardware and software. For example, which device you're using, what operating system is used, what is the CPU capacity, screen size, screen brightness, et cetera, et cetera. Again, all of that variability is potential noise in your data collection. Importantly, data and privacy issues become very important when using any type of software that stores or transfers data, which also relates to data charges, potential barrier to inclusion, internet access, connection speed. If the tools require these aspects to perform, then these all need to be taken into account when developing a study or a research or a clinical practice. And finally, again, like with any type of software, user interface considerations, bugs, availability of tech support is something that we always have to keep in mind. And these are the sort of novel, unique challenges that we have to face when using digital devices, because you won't be running into these challenges using paper and pencil tools. And finally, when digital tools are administered remotely, they might present concerns related to threats to validity. This is particularly important to consider when working with individuals who might have cognitive impairment. So issues related to compliance, effort, distractions are all important considerations. And some tools have built-in validity metrics that can help define some of these performance issues, but these are very, very difficult to keep track of when the device is entirely self-administered and entirely remote. A lot of neuropsychologists raised issues around loss of qualitative data, which is frequently used for test interpretation. And I also think this is an important aspect that might potentially evolve, using cameras or using different types of auditory data collection in order to kind of account for that potential loss. But these are all in development currently. And finally, there are also challenges to test security, particularly if the device, again, is administered, if the tool is administered on a device that is entirely remote and unsupervised. Important considerations. So first, when traditional tests are adapted to a new device, they become a new test. And I wanted to highlight this using an example of the electronic version of one of the most widely used screening tests, the Montreal Cognitive Assessment, or the MoCA. So in a study by Wallace published in 2019, they found that the performance on the paper and electronic versions of the MoCA in 40 older adults was not equivalent. And another study with 43 older adults seen in the memory clinic found that while group level mean performance on paper version of the MoCA and electronic MoCA was the same, they found a significant range of different scores for individual participants. 54% had a different score within 1 point, and 76% had a different score within 2 points. These are very important issues to consider because for a tool like the MoCA, which often uses a cutoff point in order to, consider somebody's eligibility for a treatment or for inclusion in a research study, a difference of 1 point can make all the difference. So these are very, very important issues to keep in mind when using different tools. Another important point to consider is a high variability in psychometric development and normative data. These are the findings from a systematic review that I led a couple of years ago, where we reviewed 10 self-administered cognitive tools for detection of mild cognitive impairment and dementia in older adults. And we found substantial variability across measures in psychometric qualities, what type of data were reported, validity, how people define diagnostic accuracy, whether test-free test reliability was reported, and many different aspects of psychometric validation that we would expect from a paper pencil tool were simply not applied to validation of digital cognitive tools. Validation samples ranged from a very low N of 35 to a more appropriate N of 500. Alarmingly few validation studies reported on demographic characteristics of their normative sample, while most studies reported on typical age, sex, and education variables in one form or another. We had a really hard time finding information about racial and ethnic constitution of the sample, language characteristics, etc. And finally, little to no information was provided on software's performance on various devices, despite availability of these tests on different platforms. Another review published recently found that convergent and diagnostic validity declined with increasing distance, that the authors defined as the degree of remoteness and supervision for an individual measure, meaning that tests performed worse when they were less supervised and administered in more remote settings. And finally, I think both as researchers and as clinicians, we always have to keep in mind concerns related to marketing claims and ethical issues. So a review of 16 online self-administered tests marketed as health tools that was performed in 2015 suggested poor adherence to ethical standards, particularly those related to author disclosure, informed consent, and issues related to data privacy and data storage. And a more recent review of 83 mobile apps this time for top neuropsychiatric conditions, including Alzheimer's disease and related dementias, suggested that only 18% were evidence-based and only 77% included some sort of a privacy policy. So here are some questions that I think are extremely important to keep in mind, both for developers of different measures and for users of these measures. What is the intended use of the tool? And is there validity data supporting this use? For example, if the tool is being marketed as, it can be used across different settings, it can be used for, let's say, in-home monitoring of cognitive function, is there validity data? Is there a published study supporting this use? Does the tool provide continuous quality assurance and software maintenance? For many types of studies that we use, longitudinal data collection is key. And so if the task has some technical issues as is not performing as well, or you keep running into bugs, you might actually experience data loss that can be critical for your research question. And finally, what are the privacy and security safeguards, and what are the consequences of data loss and breaches? And these are important aspects, not just for us as developers to consider, but also we need to make sure that these are transparently described and included in the informed consent process. I'll now move on to talking about gaps in equity assurance, something that is very close to my heart because as a health disparities researcher, I find that digital cognitive tools have such great potential to mitigate these disparities, but more work needs to be done for this to happen. So specific focus on disparities in older adults and dementia diagnosis are critically important because the US older population is becoming more racially and ethnically diverse. And yet we know that the prevalence and incidence of dementia is higher in racial and ethnically diverse older adults, particularly those identifying as Black and Latino. At the same time, research found that Asian, Black, and Hispanic older adults are more likely to be diagnosed at later stages of the disease and also receive poorer diagnostic care. These disparities have real-life impact, particularly as we're entering this new era of disease-modifying treatments. So for a patient to be eligible to receive lecanemab, as well as be considered for Medicare coverage of this treatment, they need to be diagnosed with mild cognitive impairment or mild Alzheimer's disease dementia. And knowing that diagnostic disparities exist raises concerns that many of the patients who need these treatments most might be rendered ineligible simply because these disparities persist. So the digital cognitive tools might potentially help increase access to diagnostic services, as well as identify individuals earlier on in the process of the disease if administered remotely and longitudinally. And there is some encouraging data showing that on a national level, adults across all generations are more likely to own a device. For example, owning a smartphone is on the rise, and owning tablet computers is also on the rise among adults of all ages. However, we also have to keep in mind that the ownership of the devices as well as access to technology is not equitable, unfortunately. So a recent report published by a nonprofit group, Older Adults Technology Services, reported that 22 million adults aged 65 and above live without in-home wireline broadband. And when looking at the factors that were associated with the lack of an in-home internet connectivity, they found that low income, low education, and living in disadvantaged neighborhoods were important, very important indicators and factors associated with lack of connectivity, as well as identifying as Black, having Latino or Hispanic ethnicity, being enrolled in Medicaid, and living in rural areas. So in summary, the potential of remote health service delivery is hindered by the same disparities in access to technology and connectivity that underlie health inequities. I am offering some proposed solutions here, which are by no means meant to be exhaustive, but I think they might help mitigate some of the issues that we are facing both as researchers and as clinicians. So as researchers, we have to take steps to get to know our communities, our patient populations, our research cohorts, and build tools that enhance inclusion and not exclusion of diverse individuals in our research. For example, building tools not requiring internet connection could be a potential first step. Identifying optimal device and delivery platforms that can help balance scientific integrity with the cost of ownership of a device, or providing the device for free, are also important, because ownership of a certain device should never exclude a participant from a potential participant from being included in research. And finally, developing user-friendly educational guidelines and materials to enhance visibility and acceptability of digital assessments is important, because that community participatory feedback can help us build better tools and can help the community be more engaged. Another important gap in both digital and non-digital cognitive testing is the unfortunate reality that the majority of neuropsychological instruments have not been developed for nor validated in diverse populations. And we also know that most cognitive measures are influenced by factors that we typically do not account for, such as educational variables, beyond years, quality of education, access to education have been found to be important, linguistic variables, again, beyond primary language, socioeconomic variables, for example, occupational complexity, and cultural variables, such as familiarity with different stimuli or acceptability of certain stimuli in different groups. Cultural adaptation guidelines are actually available, even though they're not specific to neuropsychological tools. The International Test Commission guidelines, for example, published in 2017, describe processes for cultural validation and cultural adaptation of psychometric tools. However, these guidelines are very rarely followed or used. Qualitative feedback and community participation should be incorporated into test development and test adaptation. Again, this is very similar to my previous point around qualitative feedback for digital test development. We also need to make sure to incorporate community voices and real patient feedback into how we develop our tools, so that they become a participant in test development. Facilitate multidisciplinary cross-cultural collaborations will enhance opportunities for wide-scale validation in diverse populations. I think it's very important for us to think about validation as not validation diverse populations as not an afterthought of an established tool, but rather as an important part of the overall validity of the tool. And finally, I think it's extremely important to systematically collect and evaluate key social determinant factors beyond age, sex, and education that we typically think about using, for example, existing toolkits like the NIH-funded Phoenix Toolkit SDOH collection. And finally, I wanted to briefly go over a case study using a platform that I work with and highlight some of the things that we do to try and make our tools more equity-based. So the tablet-based cognitive assessment tool is a UCSF-based platform for administration and storage of research and clinical tools. Here are some of the screenshots of the tools that we use. All tasks have easy to understand brief instructions and have minimal literacy and numeracy demands. And when we do test development in different languages or cultures, we include qualitative and quantitative methodology following the ITC guidelines and involve community partners, non-specialist health professionals, and linguistic experts in our adaptations. Some of the examples of this, so in a test that I showed you previously where we use facial stimuli, we include racial and ethnically diverse faces. And for verbal stimuli, we undergo a very thorough and very complex process of cultural adaptation for verbal stimuli. They are all harmonized for word frequency, syllabic length, and phonetic complexity. We use different words for different cultures and different geographies, recognizing that there is substantial variability even within certain languages. For example, we include 3 versions of Spanish, which is geographically specific because of the linguistic differences between these cultural groups. And we include 2 versions of Mandarin that uses traditional and simplified script. Again, I think what I want to drive home is that it is extremely important to know the community that you work with. And I think doing outreach work and engaging with community leaders in a way that shapes your research is incredibly important. I have learned a lot through working with our outreach teams as well as individual participants on basically trying to understand how do I make my tool feasible, acceptable, and relevant to you. TapKit so far has been culturally adapted into 17 languages. It is currently being used in over 20 countries, many of which are low and middle income countries. And data collection to date supports high feasibility and acceptability of the adapted measures across different cultural groups. These are just some examples of performance in cognitively normal older adults in 3 Latin American countries. And finally, as I mentioned before, we systematically collect social determinants of health variables, and we are actually pioneering and proposing novel methodologies for normative adjustments based on social determinants of health, accounting for occupational complexity, potential neighborhood disadvantage, language, nativity, parental education, and literacy. So in summary, development and validation of digital cognitive tools should undergo a similarly, if not more, rigorous process as traditional measures. Remote digital assessments require scientific validation data across devices and must have transparent data privacy and potential data breach protocols that should be clear both to researchers and to the participants. And finally, cultural fairness and accessibility for individuals living with disability should be prioritized at each stage of test development. Thank you for your time. And these are my wonderful collaborators at UCSF, Global Brain Health Institute. And of course, I would like to say a special thank you to all of the participants and their families.
I want to thank both of our speakers this morning for their fantastic talks and invite both Dr. Tsoi and Dr. Cullum to join us for question and answers. I'll just reiterate that if you're just joining us, you can use the meeting chat to post questions for our panelists and our speakers, and we will do our best to answer them and also try to stay on time by giving everyone either a lunch or a mid-morning or early morning break if you are on the West Coast and before we do our afternoon sessions. So I wanted to just start. Dr. Cullum, you mentioned in your talk that there are certain cognitive skills that have shown strong reliability and validity in their remote adaptation, particularly language-based or verbal reasoning tasks, as well as some brief screenings. Do you think these are ready for use for research, or do you think additional validity and reliability assessment is needed, particularly in light of Dr. Tsoi's talk? These may not be available or relevant or valid for all participants.
No, that's a really, and I've got a two-pronged answer to that. In general, I think some of the ones that we and other groups have studied that show good reliability, validity, and ability to identify impairment, I think those are ready for research. The caveat is, as Dr. Tsoi has aptly noted, it needs to be. We need more validation studies in more populations, though. This is something that I actually thought years ago when we began this research. I thought this would take off and that these things would have been done by now. And as we saw, it took a worldwide pandemic to throw us into this remote assessment world, and then it became a really hot topic. But it sort of, to use an old crude term, it kind of caught us with our pants down a bit because we didn't have a whole lot of literature to rely upon. But I do think that the direction forward, as has been noted, is we still need more validation studies in more populations with more tools, in addition to the development and tryout of new measures.
I just want to follow up on that and then get to a couple of questions in the chat. You both highlighted that remote adaptations of traditional visual spatial and executive functioning measures are currently suboptimal. Are there limitations inherent to these domains that make it unlikely that remote adaptations of in-person measures will eventually be validated? Should we be looking instead to new remote measures, such as the digital measures that Dr. Tsoi highlighted, or Or should we be more optimistic that we'll be able to hit on a strategy that allows us to deploy adaptations? Either one of you or both can answer ideally.
Yeah, sure. I can take a stab on this because I think thinking about, and thank you so much, Dr. Cullen, for all of your work. I think it's one of the themes that I noticed, being sort of an early stage investigator, is that there's so much development in digital cognitive assessments. And I think like the newest things that are coming out now are passive monitoring markers, right? And they're sort of in the earliest stages, but I think every new development builds on what we have done so far, which is, I think, incredibly important because it impacts the direction and the protocols of your work. So I think for executive functioning, and I have firsthand experience with this because during COVID, we were trying to administer a lot of executive functioning tests over telehealth or telemedicine. And I think it's extremely challenging because of the sort of, when you think about minimizing error and you want to validate teleneuropsychological tests that are most validated already in paper and pencil, right? And many of them, unfortunately, do rely on the pencil part. So it's oftentimes required that, people have prepared either forms or, they need to kind of have like some additional, usually secure test, stimuli available. And I think that makes it very difficult. But I also do think that in some of the reviews, there was a highlight that if we are able to, for example, do something like a digit span where, people have two opportunities to kind of get the score, those tend to perform better compared to like a single snapshot, something like a trail making test where people are only given one opportunity and then you cannot really repeat the measure because you're worried about practice effects or learning. So I think more development is needed. And I, again, this is totally my bias, but I think maybe a combination of a telehealth modality for some of the verbal tasks and, having a patient take the executive test remotely on a digital platform or, a test that was designed for like web-based or iPad-based administration might be a way to move forward. But yeah, this is, I think, a very, very challenging area for teleneuropsychology.
Yeah, it really is. And that's a question I have gotten a lot in the various webinars we did during the pandemic too. I did get some occasionally, I guess I wouldn't call them totally disturbing responses to our questions, because some people would, put in the chat or whatever, hey, I've been doing these tests all virtually, and they would name tests that it's like, you really struggle to think of how that in that world that could be done in a valid way, but people said they were doing it. So it's like, yikes. Again, we need more literature and more support. I think there are certainly some tests that we use commonly in the visual spatial as well as the executive function domain that just aren't going to work well remotely. And I do think we need to think outside the box. One of my wonderful mentors, Aaron Bigler, was famous for many years of saying, look, many of the tests that we're using in modern neuropsychology were developed decades and decades ago. If you look at some of the WAIS subtests, right, that developed in the early versions of the WAIS, the trail making test is still a great test, but developed in the 40s. We know that oral trails is not a substitute for the regular trails. We see a lot more variability, at least when we're administering that remotely, in addition to the inherent variability in performance of that test. And then again, how these how the psychometrics of the tests change in relation to the population that we're studying. If you've got individuals who have limited exposure to technology, is it still the same test, or are you adding an executive function component to every single measure that you're administering because it's a novel environment for them? So I think these are some of the challenging questions, but I still see great promise in this area, and I guess I would probably agree there may be the solution may be an integration of the two.
Fantastic. I want to go into some of the questions in the chat. This one's for Dr. Tsoi. Are the culturally adapted verbal stimuli you described available to researchers developing tools of our own? Will they, or are they in a repository, and is sharing your tools an important part of your mission?
This is a great question, and the answer is yes, because we are an academic. I think I always highlight this because I get asked so many times, is TAPCAT a company? And we're not a company, as hopefully you have gathered from my talk. We're academicians. We do research. We are fully grant supported, and we're really, really grateful to the NINDS. Actually, the Detect SADI consortium that was mentioned earlier today, it does use TAPCAT in primary care for detection of early cognitive impairment. And I think we make all of our methodology and stimuli transparent when we publish. So if you're interested in using TAPCAT, also the use of TAPCAT specifically for small research teams and individuals working in developing countries, we really want to support global brain health equity. It is free. So if you just go to our website, it's memory.ucsf.edu/TAPCAT. There is an account request form. You can basically connect with our team and we can let you know. We also do a lot of support for like protocol development. Like if you're thinking about validating something, if you're thinking about working with a new population and you would like, for example, to adapt TAPCAT to your population, the language that we don't have, we will work with you iteratively to make it happen. Thank you. This is a great question.
Just so maybe when we are at the break, you could put your website link in the chat. Just type it in.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, fantastic.
And it was also on the last slide of my presentation. I just want to make sure that for people who might be seeing it later, it's there.
And another question was, does TAPCAT do online speech to text and text to speech for automated delivery and scoring of verbal tests?
This is a great question. Unfortunately, no. And it is something that we have thought about a lot. And I think this is a way to move forward. But again, because I think the difference between TAPCAT and sort of more remote administrative measures is that TAPCAT is developed as a diagnostic tool. So we really want to minimize any sort of distractions, to the actual processing. And when we looked at it, we actually last looked at it last year, we didn't find enough evidence in the scientific literature that speech to language processing algorithms are clean enough now to for example, work with people with different accents. Speech to language detection is not equitable across different languages. And also, for now, the algorithms cannot really account for a lot of factors that might impact their recording. For example, like if the dog is barking in the background. So those were the reasons why we're not yet doing it. But we do have collaborations with some research teams who are trying to develop these algorithms and incorporate them into the platform in the future.
And if I can just chime in, there are some specific projects looking at machine learning applications to speech analysis and speech sample analysis. We're working with a company in Spain called Accessible that has an online tool. It's been developed in Spain. They've got preliminary data in cognitively impaired and unimpaired. We're actually applying that now in Texas, largely Mexican descent individuals to see, and it does take some tweaking of the algorithm to be more sensitive based on your language background. So those are important factors to be looked at. There are a number of groups, of course, across the world looking at this, but it's an area that I think has promise, but is also inherently complex.
I always like to kind of remind people, like if, for example, if you speak with an accent, English is my second language, and like Siri doesn't always understand what I'm saying, and like Apple and Google are at the forefront of developing these algorithms, right? This is their business model. And I think those are kind of the things like you need to think about, that if you want to be equitable in your care or your research, just, make sure that you're aware that as fast as technology is developing, I think unfortunately we're not quite there yet, but I totally agree with Dr. Collum that more research is needed, and the more validation data we have, the more confident we will be that these measures are reliable and accurate and equitable.
So in thinking about that, are there additional variables that we should be collecting either about the remote testing environment, about the context, about the participants, in order to better examine performance variability that may be some of these factors that we need to be considering. I guess I'm thinking about, testing location, bandwidth quality for people who may have variable bandwidth access, effort, distractions, who else is in your house at the same time that you might, need to be paying attention to or caring for. I guess maybe a better question is, when you're conducting remote assessments, do you attempt to control for all of these extraneous variables somehow, or just record and account for them?
Those are great points that came up very, very early in the pandemic. And I think everyone pretty much agreed that it was and is important to make note of such factors, and to actually have sort of an additional set of instructions, if you will, before the exam begins, about making that environment as, quote, standard as possible. My analogy, as I mentioned in the talk, is evaluating patients in the hospital. So there are people that don't think we can do remote assessments at all, because they're just not valid. It's too unfamiliar. It's too unlifelike. However, and there are too many distractions. But we're training our trainees. We all were trained to do in-hospital evaluations also. So those are susceptible to distractions and interruptions as well. Yet I think most clinical evaluations are valid even in those contexts. But you've got to lay out the ground rules for that sort of things, and try to minimize those distractions as much as possible. Of course, one of the big worries in a remote assessment is that I tell, or Dr. Soy tells me not to write down the words that she's reading to me, right? Well, and yet when she's testing me, I'm looking down here and I'm doing so. I was right. Let's come on, quit. But you can't eliminate that, but we can reduce the likelihood of those factors to the extent possible.
Yeah, and I totally agree. And I think you really reminded me of some of the patients who I evaluated who have 9 digits backward. And last year they had 4. And I am like, wow, this is amazing. What is happening while they're writing them down? But I also do think that one of the things that is very, very important to consider is the context of use. What is the context of use for your test? Are you trying to, let's say, detect cognitive impairment, sort of like, screening type, and maybe that signal to noise ratio will be large enough, for some of the tests to kind of be able to do it. But I think if you're trying to do the actual diagnostic, particularly differential diagnostic assessment, then I think that's where these variables become critically important, because every single source of variability or noise can really, really impact your clinical judgment.
I put in the chat, I don't know if everybody can see it, the series of articles by Bob Bilder et al. From the Interorganizational Practice Group that came out in, I think it was 2020 or 2021, where we actually address a lot of the practical issues in conducting these evaluations that include those sort of factors to consider from a really practical standpoint. And I think test developers also need to keep those factors in mind too. I love Dr. Soy's list of the millions of tests that are out there. I'm often called and approached by test publishers wanting to sell their tests. And then you ask about validity, reliability data, and they get really quiet. And they say, yes, but it only costs this much. Well, show me the money here. Show me the data.
I want to wrap up, but I really kind of was struck by a point that you made, Dr. Soy, about like when we make some of these adaptations, we need to regard these as new tests. And to me, that's a helpful framework. And because I think there's been some controversy over whether we should say that the traditional measures are our gold standard for all things. And I think you both highlighted reasons where we might say, like, some of these tests were developed in the 40s. Maybe we don't need to always validate our measures against our traditional measures, and it's okay to view some of these tasks that have been adapted as new tests in their own right. of course, that means they need to have their own norms, potentially their own standardized protocols, and that those need to be spelled out really clearly before we can adapt them or adopt them rather in our practice.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think I wanted to mention one thing that I think is incredibly important. I work in the world of older adults, and I think oftentimes we don't think about it, but I recently had a meeting with a group of pediatric neuropsychologists who mentioned to me how a clock drawing test is actually also one of the, one of the most commonly used measures, and yet it might no longer be applicable moving forward. A lot of younger people, and there was actually a study published in 30-year-olds, half of which could not do a clock drawing test because they no longer use clocks, analog clocks. So I think, again, if we want to build the tools for the future, right, knowing that neuropsychological tools that are validated tend to stay, I also think we have to keep those considerations in mind. As the society, technology are developing, our tools should be kind of consistent with the development and not sort of rely on previous knowledge of something that may no longer be relevant in daily life.
Although I will show it, I'll toss in one caveat, being the older participant here, I guess. If we jump too far away from gold standards, we just have to make sure that there are very, very clear and very solid validity data. So my recommendation is that new measures actually are validated against some of our gold standard tools, for a couple of reasons. One is acceptability in the field. If you come out with the greatest new test of whatever it is, let's say verbal memory, and it's way different than anything anybody's ever seen, practitioners are going to have a challenging time adapting to that. And our test publishers know this quite well. That's why some of the tests have stayed largely the same over time. There are marketing issues that come up too. Coming out with just a cool test that is a new measure of processing speed without those clear validity data in these different populations of special interest, I just don't think things will have much success without comparison to gold standards. But that's my 2 cents.
All right, I've enjoyed this discussion so much. I want to keep us a little bit on track, and so we can go into a 30-minute break at this point. Thank you both so much for fantastic talks, for a fantastic discussion, and for really helping us set the stage for the first part of our workshop. So we're going to go to a 30-minute break, and we hope that you both will stay with us if you can this afternoon as we go on to have a panel immediately following the break, as well as some breakouts later.
Format. Well, welcome back, everyone. We hope you enjoyed our morning conversations. I sure did. My name is Adam Hartman. I'm one of the program directors in the Division of Clinical Research at NINDS. I work with Dr. Hardy. I'm a pediatric epileptologist. I am a middle-aged, hate to say it, middle-aged white male with dark hair and a beard and a mustache. I'm wearing a white shirt and a red tie. And my picture is superimposed on the background. My pronouns are he, him, and his. So we wanted to welcome everyone to our panel for our discussion this morning. It was fantastic, and we're really just gonna continue the high quality of what we heard this morning. This panel is entitled Accessibility Gaps in Remote Assessments with Special Populations. We have Dr. Nikki Stryker. I'm going to go through what I'm going to do is basically ask each of you to introduce yourselves as we start to panel you. Dr. Nikki Stryker, Dr. Bridget Kelleher, Dr. Audra Sterling, and Dr. Madison Burrell. So, and each of them is going to make some comments for a few minutes, and then we'll get into a panel discussion. So, Dr. Stryker, you want to start us off?
Sure. Hi, everyone. I'm Nikki Stricker, and I'd like to thank the workshop organizers for the invitation to participate in this panel. I'm an associate professor of psychology at Mayo Clinic and a board-certified clinical neuropsychologist with a focus on aging and dementia. My research emphasizes remote and in-clinic administration of computerized cognitive measures, and I have a specific focus on clinical translation. I co-developed Mayo Test Drive, which is a Mayo Clinic remote cognitive assessment platform, and my current research is validating measures administered via this platform in the Mayo Clinic Study of Aging, which is a population-based study, and the Mayo Alzheimer's Disease Research Center, and I'll present some of that during the data blast tomorrow morning. For those listening in without being able to see me, I'm 5'1", middle-aged with light brown hair. I'm wearing a blue turtleneck, black suit jacket, and glasses, and my pronouns are she, her, and hers. And as Adam mentioned, I've been asked to talk about issues with remote assessment in older adults. And I'd like to start just by reiterating what we already heard this morning, which is that remote assessment is certainly feasible and valid with older adults, including those with cognitive impairment. And data suggests that this does extend to unsupervised remote self-administered assessments in addition to telehealth methods. We can and should be doing remote assessments with older adults when aspects of the study design or populations targeted make it important to do so. The advantages of remote assessment have already been thoroughly reviewed this morning, so I'm just going to quickly highlight that many self-administered cognitive assessments don't require auditory stimuli, and that can be advantageous for those with hearing loss, which increases in prevalence with age. So for example, we've developed a self-administered computer adaptive verbal memory test that's visually presented and shows similar sensitivity to differentiating individuals with and without Alzheimer's disease biomarkers as the in-person administered RAISE auditory verbal learning test. And as Dr. Cullum highlighted earlier, telephone assessment remains a great option for those with visual limitations. Despite clear advantages, we've heard and all know that there are a number of challenges that do come up when first implementing any computerized measures, even in the clinic with older adults, and importantly, when implementing any technologies that allow for remote assessments, from video conferencing to self-administered measures remotely. And there are three general themes that come up with older adults that I'll talk about briefly, including number one, participation rates and longitudinal adherence challenges, number two, device and user interface considerations, and then number three, several difficult to control aspects of the environment. So first, we do see differential rates of participation and adherence across participant characteristics that can lead to some degree of selection bias in remote assessment studies, and it's hard to fully characterize. In some of my own work, it's clear that individuals with cognitive impairment are more likely to decline study activities that involve computerized assessment. We saw this both when all participants in the Mayo Clinic Study of Aging were asked to do in-person computerized tests via the Cogstate platform, which was initially only administered in clinic, and also later when we added an at-home option between in-person study visits. Despite being considered required and being integrated into the main study protocol, about 17% of Mayo Clinic Study of Aging participants never completed Cogstate either in clinic or at home. Participants would decline, with some commenting that they preferred not to deal with technology. Only about 18% of participants ever completed an at-home Cogstate session when it was offered as an alternative to in-clinic. In our current Mayo Test Drive work that only offers participation remotely unless specifically requested by a participant, we do see slightly higher participation rates in those with mild cognitive impairment at about 35%, despite this being an optional, ancillary, and uncompensated remote assessment study. Even though these rates are still a little lower than we'd like, it's very encouraging that once participants start a session, they're as likely to complete it as individuals without cognitive impairment, with 98% completion rates overall. And we see lower participation rates in people over 80 at about 54%, and about 70% participation rates in those under 80. And then the second theme I'll briefly talk about is device and user interface considerations. We've seen conflicting feedback from participants and from our data about device preferences or device needs across different phases of our work. So in our early Cogstate work comparing personal computer and tablet administrations in clinic, for example, participant voiced a clear preference for tablets over personal computers, and use of a mouse could lead to pain or discomfort due to high clicking demands, particularly in those with arthritis. In our Cogstate home-based study, on the other hand, participants could only complete testing on a personal computer, and they kept asking, can't they use their smartphone? In our current Mayo Test Drive work, we were surprised to see that a majority of older adults still chose to use personal computers to complete remote assessments when they could choose any platform. About 60% used personal computers, 30% smartphone, and 10% tablet. So given that there's very high ownership rates of smartphones that are only increasing, and the many personalized factors that influence comfort with different device types, my preferred approach is to use a multi-device compatible platform that reduces potential device differences for outcome measures as much as is feasible, which you can think of like as a choose your preferred device approach. And lastly, from my experience with older adults, a simple user interface is also important. I've seen many instances where task demands on touch devices can be problematic in the older adult population, and this can relate to decreased touch sensitivity due to a higher likelihood of dry skin with increasing age, or due to difficulty with complex actions such as drag and drop. And the third area was already well covered regarding environmental challenges, so I'll defer that to later discussion in the panel. Thanks a lot for your attention.
Thank you very much. That was fantastic. Dr. Bridget Kelleher is next.
Great. Hi, everyone. For those that are joining and not watching visually, I'm a white female in my 30s, dark brown hair. I'm wearing a yellow jacket, and I use she, her pronouns. So I am an associate professor of psychological sciences at Purdue University. I'm in the clinical psychology and the neuroscience areas. I was trained by a school psychologist, or I was trained as a school psychologist, and last year I had an engineering postdoc. So I think this kind of highlights that my work's a little bit different and pretty interdisciplinary in nature. My research program really focuses on how we can use technology to bring the laboratory home. So how can we use a lot of the kind of natural history study methods that are used in rare disorder populations or in autism studies without ever bringing a family to clinic. This work actually predated the pandemic. So I had a K award funded a few years prior. And so we were a little bit ahead of the curve. And across this, I really feel like I've accidentally become a UX researcher or a user experience researcher, because what I'm learning is that to do any of this work, we really have to focus on the user, which in our case is often the caregiver. So this is reflected in what we do, and that we use really simple instructions, really simple procedures, and at some points, painfully simple technology to make sure that our work is accessible and really gets to the core of what we're trying to assess. My main focus is on young children with neurogenetic conditions, including Angelman and Down syndrome and Fragile X. I mention that because I think there's huge benefits to working with these populations in their individual needs, but also I think developing tools that will work for them is a great way to test the limits, because we're often working with families that are geographically distributed, children with sensory motor challenges, and caregivers who are under a tremendous amount of stress. So I'll briefly share a few of the techniques that we use and then mention a few challenges. Our primary study, and I'll talk about this in the data class tomorrow, is the PandaBox project. So this is we published on this in 2020, so it's out there. In this protocol, we've developed a standardized procedure for shipping everything a family would need to do research in the lab to their homes. And we remotely access the computer that we send them to administer a variety of tasks that they might do in a clinic, particularly for one of these more experimental natural history studies that's using non-traditional assessment tools. We're looking at a lot of tasks that are aimed to capture really small changes in development over time. We do a lot of play-based assessments. We also look at attention during standardized video presses. And I think what's really unique is that we're not just looking at behavior, but we're also looking at physiology and also language. So we're monitoring children's heart activities. We've recently extended this to do EEG remotely. And we are also using the Lena device, which is a wearable vocalization recorder that has mixed results in rare disorder populations, but we use that in part as a WAV file that lets us then post-process and look at some constructs we're interested in. The other technique that we're using that I'll mention, just because it's relevant to something that was brought up earlier, is because we're remote 100% of the time, we rely a lot on caregiver forms, and we know that those have mixed utility. And so we've recently shifted toward ecological momentary assessment approaches, where we actually ping caregiver smartphones as they go about their day to ask about their experiences and their children's development. And we're exploring how this might help us better understand their needs, and even in our newer trial, match them to treatment. So across this work, there are a few challenges. I think the biggest one, and this has come up already, is that we're trying to validate these new remote assessment paradigms while we're painfully aware of flaws in our old gold standard paradigms. This is particularly an issue in rare disorders, where we know that the tools used in clinic aren't even quite right. And I love this question that's already come up of whether the tests we're trying to validate against or even use or adapt are the right ones. I'd love to see us replace this language of validating against with something not use that until we're sure that our gold standard tool is good, that it's desired by the patient community, that it's valid, that it's useful across diverse populations. And maybe instead we should more commonly describe ourselves as corroborating things or building a nomological net instead of returning to this question of, is this tool valid against something that itself is not valid? I think another challenge is this idea of standardization. We've developed some neat tools to standardize administration. I'm happy to share more about those in the conversation or tomorrow. But I think this question of standardizing the home environment is fascinating to me. As a parent myself, if I bring my kids in clinic, they're going to act way more differently there than they will at home. And so I think we are relying a lot on kind of the status quo when we talk about, again, standardizing to the clinic instead of standardizing clinics to the chaos and routine that kids are used to in their home environment. For example, if we tell families to take down a picture on the wall that might distract the child will be more distracted, but that picture is now missing. So I think we have to be really careful. And the final point, and then I'll wrap up, is that I think to build remote assessment tools, we have to build trust remotely too. This is a challenge. This is something that we keep returning to in our work, particularly when we're talking about diverse and marginalized communities. One approach that we're doing now, we have a NIH-funded clinical trial where we're using some of these remote assessment techniques to match patients to treatment that's delivered also remotely. And so we're still answering some of our questions about remote assessment, but we're also providing resources directly linked to those assessments back to families. So again, I'm happy to share more about that as well. But I think, giving something back when we're building trust remotely, especially with diverse and marginalized samples, is really, really important. And I'll put a link in the chat with the papers that I've kind of mentioned. And also, if you'd like to learn more about any of it, you can put your email address and we'll send it to you. So I'll do that during the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. That was fantastic. Dr. Audra Sterling.
Hello, everyone. My name is Audra Sterling, and I'm an associate professor in the Department of Communication Sciences and Disorders at the University of Wisconsin-Madison. And just to provide a description of myself before I get started, I am a middle-aged white woman, and I have blonde hair. I have it pulled back in a bun. I'm wearing glasses, and I have a blue shirt on, actually 2 blue shirts on, blue cardigan. So my work is focused on children with intellectual and developmental disabilities. And I actually have a lot of overlaps with Dr. Kelleher too. So some of the things I'll be saying are also very relevant to the work that she was talking about as well. And so the populations I mostly focus on are kids with Fragile X syndrome, kids with Down syndrome, and then autistic individuals as well. And I'm interested in communication development. And while I think about this pretty broadly, starting with very, very young kids through adolescents and even young adults, a lot of our work on more remote assessment has been focused on very young children. And there are a couple of different reasons for that. For a while now, we've been using the Lena system, which Bridget had mentioned. And so probably some people here are familiar with it, but if you're not, it's a small little recording device that kids can wear. It records up to 16 hours of audio data, and then it provides automated output. However, it's very expensive. It has a hefty price tag for the software and then the recorders as well. And very importantly, it only records audio information. And so we are interested in thinking about the richness of the early environment and how kids are communicating. And a lot of very young kids communicate not just with words, but with eye contact and gestures and so many other things that audio only is going to miss. And so we wanted to think beyond the Lena and how can we go into the families' homes and capture this naturalistic assessment of what's going on. Another time, I mean, we definitely thought about this in the pandemic, but I've been thinking about this for a long time because clinical practice for very young children involves going into their homes. Birth to 3 intervention in many places in the United States is meant to be where the child is most comfortable. And so that is often in their homes, although of course, I don't want to say birth to 3 therapists only go into the homes. They do their work in lots of different places. And yet when we're doing these studies, we bring them into a lab. So right away, we have this big mismatch. And so we wanted to think about how we can get into the families' homes, but also take away the need for us to always be there, because it's very expensive to travel. I live in Wisconsin, and while we have a couple of larger cities, we are a state that is mostly very rural communities. And as I can tell you now that it's November and we had snow on Halloween, our winters are long and hard here, and it's not always easy for families to get to the clinic or for us to get to the families. And so we've been really deeply thinking about how can we think about the child's environment in their home. And so we have this, I have with my colleague Liza Feinsack in the University of Minnesota, a new grant where we are, much like Bridget, sending a kit to the families and providing instructions, and the caregivers are going to record themselves. They're recording themselves with their child interacting in a bunch of different contexts and then uploading that to us, and then also using the Lena. So we're interested in comparing the data that we're getting from the audio only and then also from the visual. So a lot of really exciting things that we're finding, but facing some challenges too. Technology does not always work the way that we want it to, right? As I was getting on this call, my internet froze. So we have to deal with that. We've had to really creatively think about how we get those videos from the families to us in a way that is secure and that our IRB approves of, that the families feel comfortable with. How do we manage device use? You know, our first presenter, Dr. Stricker, talked about there's different comfort levels with technology. And while that's true in older adults, that's true across the lifespan. And so we've been having to think about that. And then how we try to standardize this. So how can we make sure that our directions are accessible also for families who might have some literacy challenges, that we're not only relying on, you know, written documents, so making videos and different things like that to make our information really highly accessible. So we're very excited. We actually also just started doing this with a group of children who are late talkers who don't have an intellectual disability. And so, you know, doing this in toddlers and preschool children is a lot of fun, but it does, you know, how do we also make sure that they stay in one spot so we can see them and they're not running off on the camera? And any of us who have young children or work with them know that's not always an easy thing. So we're still kind of perfecting that, but I'm very excited about, you know, the progress that we've been making. So thank you. Thank you for having me today.
Fantastic. Thanks a million. Doctor, I've already got like 5 really big questions to ask all of you, but across the age span, but we need to hear from Dr. Madison Burrell first.
Hi, I'm Madison Burrell, and I am a pediatric neuropsychologist at Children's National Hospital in DC, and a professor of psychology and psychiatry at George Washington University. For those of you who can't see me, I am a middle-aged white woman with blonde hair down and glasses and a cream colored sweater, and I go by she, her pronouns. So thank you as well. This has already been a fascinating session for me. And unlike many of the things, I have not been funded, but I have been trying and also work on funded studies as director of our IDDRC and the Human Behavioral Neurobehavioral Core. There are several protocols out there that are using remote technology, and within epilepsy, it crosses over many of our populations in the pediatric world, and sort of present challenges, as well as, you know, what Anna Williams told us about Lily in terms of the challenges with nonverbal or having motor, are all the things that we manage across these protocols. And not wanting to repeat what others have said, I want to kind of jump to things that haven't maybe been mentioned. So we've been thinking about using eye tracking because of what we can learn from our infant assessment folks that have used this. Susan Rivera has done some of this work at UC Davis. And I think, you know, the idea of bringing in collaborators from other fields like Google or Apple to see how we can do this, whether your question is you don't have motor skills, you don't have language skills, you know, all of those other modalities and bringing them together is definitely a point of collaboration. Using your caregiver, and we haven't mentioned testing in schools. And I think that's another comfortable place for kids, and teachers know how to do curriculum and protocols. And so sometimes the challenges that we have is a parent good naturedly tries to change their protocol because they know their child will answer it if they just say it this way or just do it this way, but then it changes our protocol. And a teacher maybe understands that testing environment a little bit differently. And so that's another place. It's a challenge to get in the schools sometimes. But again, teachers want to know how things happen, especially on short time frames, which none of our standard neuropsychological measures are very good at doing. But many of us want to look at a trial over 3 weeks of titration of a drug, or 3 months of a new drug and off drug. So those are very tight timeframes that really we need better protocols for. And so I love the idea that Bridget mentioned about, not so much, we're not really going against this gold standard, but do we have a measure that we can look at change and is responsive to what we expect to have changes happen? We actually have a lot of evidence those measures don't work in certain situations. And so I think we do need to move on from that. The other thing that I just wanted to throw out there as a detail is I'm really loving the CARS. I don't know what other people think about that, the Childhood Autism Rating Scale. I'm a fan of not making something perfect. Something imperfect is better than nothing. And I do think getting there 80% of the time can really be helpful. And so that the CARS is something that you do remotely, and it has pretty good validation against other methods of diagnostic assessment of autism. And again, you can do that in the home. You give the caregiver instructions and it's structured. And so that's another tool out there if people are interested in autism. It's more of a yes, no, not as quantitative, but we can talk about that as well. So I'll stop there just so we have time to discuss, which is much more fun.
Wonderful. Thanks to all four of you. I mean, I learned so much just with just 2 minutes of each talk. So I'm going to take the coordinator's privilege and ask ask some questions. The first is I want to go a little bit beyond where we are right now, and ask you to think about what the sticking points are, the barriers for doing the kind of research that you're doing. What are the friction points, and what do you think? What would help you to overcome those barriers in terms of studying, in terms of setting up the studies and executing the studies that you're doing? Why don't we start, Nikki, with you first?
Sure. As I kind of alluded to, I think just that general technology hesitance that you can see in older adults, particularly those with cognitive impairment, is one of the primary barriers I see. And I'm hopeful that over time, as the technology literacy is embedded in all of us now and kind of extends as we age, that will lessen. But I think there's a real knee-jerk reaction sometimes that they don't even, participants might not even know what they're being asked to do, but you just mentioned the word technology and it's just like, I'd rather not. And so, creative ways where we can combat that just general attitude and kind of promoting that, interacting with technology, even among people who don't do it often, isn't always frustrating. I think a word of mouth possibility, like among research participants or community engagement strategies, could be helpful as well. And it's encouraging that I think once people try something, if it's fairly straightforward, they're all quite capable of doing it. We just need to get over that barrier of, I'd prefer not to if I don't have to. I think we might see a different rate of response in the clinic when people are asked by providers to do something for their care, and you might see a greater willingness to make an effort in that setting.
Thank you. Bridget.
Yeah, that's a great question. I think my answer would have two related parts. So I think with the type of work we're doing, we're collecting enormous amounts of data and streamlining and processing those data and getting them to an endpoint or an outcome measure, that would be usable for a trial with a fast turnaround and high degree of rigor and be done by clinicians. I think there's an enormous number of steps that have to happen between data collection and getting these things to the place where they could be used in those applications, which is something that I think is really important to the communities I'm working with. And so I think we can do a little bit to kind of standardize how we're processing data and pipelines and all of that. But I also think the folks who are working on the development of assessments for some of these populations aren't, and myself included, aren't necessarily trained in the FDA standards for how to do this. And there's a lot of new languages and new terms and new processes that I think all of us are learning about. And so I don't know if that happens at the graduate training level where we start teaching our students how to speak all of these languages, or if it's something that we need more structure to develop collaborations necessary. But that's where I think our program gets stuck a little bit, is we're able to do this and collect data and even train other sites to do it with high degree of fidelity. It's in processing and getting quickly to meaningful outcomes that are validated for trials that I think is the hardest part.
I would just echo that. Like, there's already a lot of great work, but then getting it to what a clinician, and Dr. Holland mentioned this too, like what a clinician would use or what a publisher would use. That next step is sometimes unclear what path there is, and even adapting some things that NIH has used for the NIH toolbox. We wanted to use their stimuli to put it on an app, and they said no. And so there's just, even if you want to move together forward some work, and I'm sure there was lots of reasons for that. No, but the idea is like, sometimes it's hard, to even work and use some of these things. So even that piece, when you want to adjust it for your population, that would help. You would think it's not always so easy, and getting it to that next level to get it to be a clinically validated tool.
Almost like a translational piece, kind of like translating a drug from a mouse into a person to an extent. Audra, your thoughts?
Yes. So this is something we've been thinking about for a long time. And, like sending a Lena or a video recording or a video recorder into someone's home. Some people are very comfortable with that and some people are not. And we participated in a panel with a group of mothers of young children with intellectual and developmental disabilities. And it was a very diverse panel in terms of race and ethnicity. And we learned a lot and were reminded that there is a lot of, very well-founded mistrust of researchers and in the medical community. And so saying, I'm going to record everything that's going on in your home for several days was very uncomfortable for some individuals. And so we're trying to think about like, how can we do this in a way so that we're not making our work less diverse and less meaningful, that's still respectful. And at the same time, we have to remind families that, we are mandated reporters. I know it just seems like there's a lot of complexities within this, and also from our university in terms of, like our institutional review board. And so this is something that we've been talking with community stakeholders about and just trying to think really deeply about how can we, get these measures in a way that feels safe and comfortable and respectful for all the families that we'd like to include in our studies. And I don't have an answer for it yet because we're still very much thinking about that.
So let me relay a follow-up question to all of you and actually ask you to expand on that a little bit, Audra. And this question actually comes from one of my colleagues, Tracy King at NICHD. The question is, how do you build trust? And it sort of gets to your point. It's sort of like, pick your favorite commercial monitoring device who has a single, 4 or 5 letter name. How do you expand that trust within, because you're talking about all sorts of different communities, different settings. We're talking about urban, rural, we're talking about, pick your diversity factor. So how have you gone about building trust? We'll go around the room, but I'm going to ask you to go first, Audra, just because it's picking up on your point.
Yeah, I'd be happy to. So, I mean, one thing is in my lab, we have a diverse group of individuals. So we get input from people at all levels of the research program. And that's something I think that was very important to the families that we were talking to, that, you know, who's actually like a part of this study? And is this a diverse group of researchers? And when I say this, I mean, in terms of lots of different areas of diversity, we try to be very involved in the community and, you know, let people know that we're not just there to take from them. We also want to give back. Now, at the same time, we're hoping to be able to do our studies very, very broadly. And so, you know, we can't obviously be in every community, but families will say, like this panel, for instance, that I mentioned, they said, well, how are you participating in the community? And we were like, okay, so here are some concrete ways. And also we would like to give resources to you. So how can we, you know, can we do some sort of Zoom session with, you know, families that are interested in these questions? We make family materials that are related to communication development throughout the lifespan. So we've really been trying to, and then we'll say, like, what's the most interesting way to you to get this information? And some people are like, we'd like to read it. Others are like, we'd like a video example. And we've partnered with the Boys and Girls Club to do some trainings. And so I think also what we've found is a lot of people in the community are not always interested in, like, are you doing this for me? But are you doing this in general? And that's how we've been starting to approach it.
Great, thank you. Nikki, you want to go next?
Sure. I'm fortunate to do much of my research in conjunction with parent studies. So the parent studies are doing the work of developing that trust and longitudinal relationships. For example, the Mayo Clinic study of aging is well known in the community. It's a population-based sample of randomly selected individuals, and they host like a dinner and a meeting for participants every year to help, you know, just connect with participants, keep interest, keep things going. People, you know, come in to the clinic every 15 months. So I think that level of interaction with the study in my work is what helps get participation rates in what we've been doing so far. An uncompensated ancillary remote study that's gotten pretty good response rates and a lot of good data. So that's kind of my easy answer. I think we're going to be bridging out to more challenging communities in Jackson, Mississippi, in collaboration with the University of Mississippi Medical Center. And but there we'll still have the fortune of working with investigators already ingrained in the community and hope to benefit from those longstanding relationships there as well.
That's great. Thank you, Bridget.
Yeah, this is a great question. So I'll echo Audra. You know, I think having a diverse research team is central, including at the leadership level. One thing that we've done with our new clinical trial is it's focused on mental health supports for rare disorder caregivers and some treatment options for the kids. This is the EMA trial that I mentioned before. We've hired 8 rare disorder caregivers who are on the project staff and helping lead initiatives and set priorities and proof our scripts. And they are the best members of this team. They're just phenomenal, and including them at a leadership level, including, you know, caregivers who are also minoritized, has been really a game changer for the project. And I think it'll amplify our impact far beyond any other thing that we do. I think also, you know, again, this is something where the status quo, I think, gets in the way. So with this trial, another thing that we've done is we've designed a portion of treatment that is only for Black caregivers. So any Black caregiver that shows up to the study is eligible for this add-on piece. Some of the pushback that we've received is like, doesn't that mess with your trial design? Or, you know, that's going to mess with the standard, you know, this or that. And it comes down to priorities of like, yes, you know, it makes some things more complicated. We have some plans to deal with that when we're looking at, you know, how the randomization worked and this and that. But this is the priority. So we need to figure those things out rather than going in the opposite order of keeping to our status quo and then trying to figure out later, you know, who it works for. So I think that's been really important. And then the other piece that I'll say has been helpful is just to sit at the booths and talk to the families. So I feel like I've been on like my own version of the Eras Tour this semester, going to all the patient focused conferences and sitting there and just learning. And just to give one very concrete example, you know, we often recruit caregivers for our projects, and a Black family approached the booth and said, you know, in our family, the legal guardians are not the ones caring for the kids. And if you really want to work with our community, you've got to figure out how to involve grandparents and cousins and aunties and these people that are not going to meet your rigorous legal guardian criteria that was, you know, mandated by our IRB. And so I think we're getting really good feedback when we put ourselves into the communities and ask and show an openness and a willingness. So we're not doing everything right, but those things have helped. And then the final piece is just practically, we use for some of our studies zip code based recruitment. This has been really helpful, where you can kind of leverage the fact that if you're doing something remotely, you can use, you know, Facebook or social media to actually push, you know, recruitment ads to certain zip codes or regions of the country. And I think that's been a powerful option for us in terms of trying to make sure that what we're doing strategically reaches people who aren't always accessing our information. So those are a few things that we're trying.
So Bridget was not a plant. We did not ask her to cover the topic of thinking about decentralized clinical studies and equity, because we're going to be bringing this up in a big way coming up. But thank you for touching on that, because stay tuned. There's some big foreshadowing in all of your answers so far, but we should give Madison a chance to chime in on this one as well. We have actually a bunch of questions. We're going to let this one go, the session go a few minutes long. And we're going to still get on time.
So working in a hospital and having populations that have had medical complexity, there's a certain amount of trust that's established because of their experiences with our providers. So in that way, sometimes the doctor-patient relationship from the clinical side really still serves as a place of trust. Having said that, I think echoing the building the community and engaging with the community that maybe your population of interest is really important. PCORI, I think, has put this forward in a great way. And many of us talk about stakeholders, and it's engaging not just when you have a new study, but like this constant engagement so that when the next new study comes up, they're more ready for it. I feel like if you've already been giving, you have a little bank and that's that trust, right? And so, you know, whether it's newsletters and giving resources and reaching out with milestones, like, you know, even a simple birthday card still, I think, is nice to get for a lot of kids, and they don't get mail that often. So it's exciting still. And so, or pictures or things like that. And then the other piece that I think whenever they do have an interaction, yes, you have your protocol, but as clinicians, we notice things. So some of the remote things, to be able to say, because you need them to have some behavioral management to do your test, and you say to the caregiver, let's try this. And then after the session, if that worked, say, you know, was that new to you, and almost give like a mini, behavioral intervention. It's not in the protocol, but I think just that sense, and that the more people understand, oh, that was a great experience for me, they may not put their finger on why, but I think it's that they get something out of it. And it's not, it can be different for every person, but just being ready to sort of have your clinical hat on at all times is something that I feel really is what families really enjoy about being part of research.
It's fantastic. Thank you. So I want to pivot just a little bit. Everyone's discussed validity. We're going to keep bringing that topic up again and again. So one question I have, we're going to start actually, Audrey, with you again from the rare disease perspective, and I realize all four of you are going to have some thoughts on this. So, when we talk about the rare diseases, we're talking about pretty low numbers, and sometimes the need to, your testing cohort and your validation cohort, sometimes you're going to have a problem with a really low N. There's some rare diseases that have thousands of people who are affected. There are some that are a lot smaller than that. Some of them are in the hundreds. So how do you think about validation when you have a low end? Like, how finely are you going to cut it so you have enough in that cell on your Excel spreadsheet, versus making sure that it's generalizable? So it's the low end question for you. We'll start with you, Audra, and then we'll go around the room.
Yes, I know. Sometimes I'm so envious of my colleagues who do work in like college students, or neurotypical children and have these huge sample sizes. I never have big sample sizes. So I think we're always trying to think creatively about this, but yet we still want to do rigorous work that's meaningful. We do a lot of multi-site work. So the R21 I have now is with UW-Madison and then University of Minnesota. And so I think it's kind of hard to do something that's just at one site. For this study, I mean, we've done it a couple of different ways, but for this study, so we're sending the families a kit, but we are going to the families' homes to do some direct testing. So we wanted to do language and cognitive testing with the kids. We have played around a little bit with doing that remotely, much like Bridget has mentioned that she is the expert on, but we haven't mastered that quite yet, especially with these littles and looking at the type of language development that we're interested in. But that is kind of a next step for us of how do we do those validation measures, even those from afar. But one way that we try to get at this is having it be multi-site, and then doing those validation measures. We are going to the home to do that piece of it.
Great. Nikki, you want to take a shot at this one?
Sure. I'm fortunate to be working in Alzheimer's disease, where there's unfortunately plenty of individuals with that. So I have less of the issue of limited numbers, but I think people keep bringing up the idea of, are we supposed to be validating against our current test, and are they all that valid anyway? And I do think some of our current tests are quite good for Alzheimer's, so it's a little bit of a cheat there too. But I think we can start to validate not just against our other tests, but predictive ability, for example, of biomarker status, so something devoid of linkage to requiring the test to inform the diagnosis. Some form of mental status testing is always involved, and so because it's just how far along the spectrum of cognitive testing are we using to inform the diagnosis? There's always a little bit of circularity. But if we take something like biological markers and have that be our gold standard as a secondary or primary analysis, and that gives us a different objective to compare with, or predicting conversion or outcomes with remote versus typical measures, I think is a good place to go. And then I know Dr. Soy's talk mentioned some special populations within the dementia realm, including progressive supranuclear palsy, or PSP. And I've just been getting involved with a group here led by Keith Johnson and Jenny Whitwell. And we're going to take a very slow step into the realm of is remote assessment feasible with that population? We just finished a pilot study of having PSP patients complete Mayo test drive in the clinic with some questions to get information about if they think they could do this at home remotely, since that is such a more difficult population. They even like the question of, well, are there visual gaze limitations going to impact looking down at a device? So we didn't know how it would go. It went pretty well. We haven't linked any of the data, but we were surprised by ability to complete that. So that's one example. Thanks.
Great, thank you, Bridget.
Yeah, this is another good question, a hard one. I think Audra's point to collaborate is number one in the rare disease space, of course. I also think sometimes we get too fine-grained in the rare disorder space, or folks are focusing, for example, just on Angelman or just on Fragile X, and kind of ignoring a lot of similarities, at least at the measurement level, that could probably benefit everyone. And so some of that is just our training models, where folks tend to train in kind of their syndrome and develop a lot of expertise there. And I think we're seeing some shifts away from that with a number of kind of neurodevelopmental psychologists spanning groups. And I think that can be a powerful way to build larger samples. I also think collecting more data within individuals can be a powerful way to build larger samples. So for example, these ecological momentary assessment data, we we have thousands and thousands of rows of data on these kids. And while that doesn't necessarily, speak to generalizability of the data, it does improve the precision of some of the things that we're trying to get at. I do think that there's like kind of a different approach that needs to be brought into training students even to manage small samples. A lot of us, train in programs where we learn the best thing is that GLM and, try these really fancy tools to machine learn this and that. And I think a lot of it just comes down to being really honest with your analyses and using non-parametrics, keeping it simple, trying to break your conclusions by probing different things that, different outliers and that sort of stuff. And I think sometimes, again, we try to get a little bit too fancy with the approaches we're using. And there's some questions that descriptive data can really help answer too. And so, I think building bigger data sets is good. And there are a few, like generalizability theory is something my students have been exploring to like extract reliability estimates from these longitudinal data sets. So I think there's some really cool approaches being developed that can help small sample work. And I think just, again, simplicity sometimes is the answer that nobody wants to admit to when they're trying to get published.
Great, thank you. Madison?
I think along those lines is sort of like meaningful individual change. And how can you measure that? And so we have some of that from using something like a reliable change index, where you can say this person really did change. The other challenge of some of our measures is, are they ecologically meaningful, right? And some of the work out there, and again, where parent groups are really helpful to say, like, I don't care if they say add a string of numbers backwards correctly. That means nothing to me. And they'd actually want to know if their child's going to read and at what level. And we actually know that reading is predictive of your ability to do well in school and have jobs and things like that. And I love executive functioning. I've love that. But sometimes it's just going back to some basic skills for some of our rare disease populations where we kind of already know they're going to need some of those executive supports, but what else can we get them to in order dressing, things like that are some daily activities. And I think it's what is a meaningful outcome and really engaging with the population, and that is more than a P statistic. So that's what my plug for that would be.
Great, down with the p-value. So we're going to wrap up with one last question. This one comes from our workshop co-chair, Dr. Christy Hardy. So she said, all of you are describing the potential for an enormous amount of data to be captured by using or even stacking remote methods. How much do you, or should you, consider the clinical utility of your research measures when you're selecting tools for these special populations? We're going to start, we keep picking on people and going in the same order. So I'm going to move this around a little bit, and we're going to wrap up in about 5 minutes. So Bridget, you go first on this one, please.
Yeah, I think that's a great question, because with everything you add more burden too, and that can't be beneficial to the question. So I think our guiding principle is, what's the least we can do to answer the questions that we have, and how can we be strategic with integrating when we are going beyond what is known. For example, with some of our heart rate deceleration measures that we're doing remotely, those are a bit more removed from clinical relevance. But to give an example of how we've address that with the patient populations. This is work that is in collaboration with Ann Wheeler, who has a neat project following children with Zika, congenital Zika syndrome in Brazil. And the families really wanted to know, is my child understanding their name? Do they even know who I am as their mother? And so amidst this broader task battery, where we're getting at, again, the questions that we have, we designed a task that used heart rate deceleration to compare, children's responses when they heard their own name or somebody else's, and when they heard their mother's name versus an examiner. And so as we built out these protocols that were a little bit maybe scary to some families or new, we also made sure that those protocols got at questions that we could then hand the data back to them. And it was really cool to be able to do that and share, like, oh, look here, they responded more when they heard their name from you, and that kind of made sure that even when we were in this more exploratory space, even if it's not clinical relevance in terms of their treatment protocol, it was patient relevance in terms of the priorities of the community. But I think it's an important question to never go beyond what you're going to use.
Great, thank you. Madison, you want to go next?
Yeah, I think again, collaborating so that there's so much information collected on people already. Is there a way to streamline that unique thing, but then, you know, whether it's in the medical record already or teachers have already answered this a certain way, having different informants may spread the burden as well. If you ask, again, teachers or other caregivers besides the parent. So I think those are possible ways, but it's the age of lots of data and information collecting. And I do think that is powerful. So I don't necessarily want to say we don't want to do that, but being mindful of what is being collected multiple times. I do think in our rare diseases, you know, again, the parents say, I've been approached by this one. And then, you know, like, is there any way to like have those shared databases so we don't ask the parents the same things? And especially in the rares. So, yeah.
Yeah, that there's a lot of discussion about that. Nikki, your thoughts?
Sure. I guess my initial answer is it's always important to involve someone who is integrated in a clinical practice in the research so that is a priority from the start. So I think that's a unique benefit from some of the work we're doing here. We have a lot of researchers who are clinicians and also researchers, myself included. And so much of my work really starts with, I want to build something to use with our patients. And so you have a very different lens if that is your objective from the start than you do if you're only building it for research purposes. And I think that aligns well with some of the needs that have been mentioned with, you know, the aducanumab and lecanemab coming online, and we suddenly need additional remote cognitive screening tools that are well validated, but also can be used. So they can't just be in the research realm, they need to translate well. And while there's really cool technology out there where, you know, you have people do things across multiple days or a month, that's less, you know, it's hard enough to get someone to do something once. So we've kind of stuck with the one-shot assessment approach for that clinical feasibility reason. And then the second thing is related to what Dr. Cullum said. You have to build trust in the new tools. How do you do that? You integrate them alongside what you're already doing. So we've actually started to implement Mayo Test Drive in our new Alzheimer's disease treatment clinic. We have enough validation data to feel comfortable doing that. We have normative data, but we're not doing it in isolation. We're doing it carefully with people who understand the nuances of how new tools are not the only thing that you're using. You're seeing how it performs across you know, trusted measures. You're integrating that with biological measures and expert clinician know-how before anyone uses anything outside of that context.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you know, it's so in the end of one space, a lot of people talk about repeated measures, but there's that balance between repeated measures and fatigue and utility and all those other things. That's great. Audrey, your thoughts?
Yeah, well, we are also, I mean, our goal is eventually to develop interventions that are really meaningful for communication development in kids with intellectual and developmental disabilities. So there's a lot of broad interventions, but they don't think about like the individual strengths of these different, more rare disorders. And strengths-based intervention is the way to go. That's how we often get the most effective and efficient gains. And it's very empowering to individuals too. So how can we work on those areas of weakness while building up the strengths? And so this first project that Liza and I are working on is really meant to identify meaningful outcome measures for eventual interventions. So we very much have that in mind from the start. So I'm cheating a little bit in my answer because we are thinking about that because we want to do this clinical work. Another thing that I was thinking about is this is funded by the Include initiative through the NIH. And as a part of that, I have to share my data in repositories, and I have become such a big fan of this. And so all of our studies, we do this. And if you go to the NIH's website, you can look and see what institutes support different repositories and think about this from the very start, because I think if we can build these large repositories, even including some video data, of course, getting permission from the families, we're going to be able to answer some of these questions a lot more efficiently and think together, which is really the best way to go.
That's fantastic. And I swear to God, we did not plant the
No.
data sharing point with
Who
Audra
did it?
at all, because you're going to be hearing about that in a minute. So I just wanted to thank all four of you. This was a fantastic, I still have 3 huge questions to ask. We could have gone easily for another hour, but we don't want to fatigue you. It's always tough being the ones who go after lunchtime, right? You've got to keep things, keep the spark going, and all 4 of you really, you guys really hit it out of the park. So thanks a million to all 4 of you, and we're ready now to transition to our next discussion. So thanks a million, and I will start by introducing the topic for the next session. And so this is going to be a session. We're going to have some pre-recorded talks and then some interactive discussion. Please put questions in the chat. We'd love to see them. This is going to be on gaps and needs in remote assessments. And so we're going to have 4 speakers addressing in order data sharing. There you go. We really didn't plant that topic. Data sharing, ethics, funding, and then the FDA regulatory perspective. So I'm going to introduce all 4 speakers now, and then you'll see their pre-recorded talks, and so you already know who they are. So we're going to first start off by hearing from Dr. Tom Cheever, who is the Chief of the Research Operations Branch in the NINDS Division of Extramural Activities. His branch works to identify process efficiencies and streamline business operations for the entire grants lifecycle for both applicants and for staff. Prior to joining the Research Operations Branch, Tom was a program director in the neurodegeneration cluster of the Division of Neuroscience at NINDS. The next speaker is Dr. Gerald Young, who's a full professor in psychology at Glendon College at York University in Toronto, Canada. His practice covers rehabilitation in couples and families. He has authored a number of books, which he'll tell us about, and is the founding and continuing editor-in-chief of the journal Psychological Injury and Law. The next speaker after that is Dr. Ruth Schneider, who is a board-certified neurologist with expertise in movement disorders, and she is an associate professor of neurology at the University of Rochester, specializing in the care of patients with movement disorders, including Parkinson's disease, Huntington disease, and essential tremor. Her research focuses on the development of digital measures of disease, participant-centered remote research designs, and the neuropsychiatric manifestations of Parkinson's disease. And then finally, we'll be hearing from Dr. Michelle Campbell, who's the Associate Director of Stakeholder Engagement and Clinical Outcomes in the Office of Neuroscience at FDA. Prior to that, she was a Senior Clinical Analyst for Stakeholder Engagement and Clinical Outcomes in the Division of Neurology Products. So with that, we're going to roll the videotape, as they say, and start with their virtual presentations, and then all 4 of them are going to be joining us for a live Q&A session. Again, please, as you're listening to their presentations, post your questions for the panelists in the chat.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tom Cheever, and I'm a program officer and chief of the Research Operations Branch at NINDS. I'm a bald, middle-aged male with a beard wearing a light blue shirt. Today, I'll be talking to you about the 2023 NIH Data Management and Sharing Policy and how it might impact your work. The take-home points I'd like to leave you with today are when this policy and data management and sharing apply to you, and what is required to comply with this policy. So to get started, I think it's worth acknowledging up front the value of scientific data sharing, something I think we can all appreciate, but we know that it can accelerate biomedical research by enabling validation of research results and enabling the reuse of that data for future research, something that we know can be incredibly impactful in this era of big data and machine learning. So 3 years ago, in October 2020, the NIH released the final version of its updated policy on data management and sharing, which is now in effect. So how do you know if this policy applies to your work? So I think one thing to keep in mind is that it took effect for applications submitted to any institute or center at the NIH after January of this year. So the policy's been active for about 9 months. So if you're working on an application now, this policy may apply to you. It also applies to a large fraction of the grant and cooperative agreement mechanisms, as well as contracts that you may be interested in. In fact, it applies to so many, it's actually easier to consider which mechanisms the policy doesn't apply to. And that's including things like training grants, T's, fellowships, F's, as well as some construction conference grants and resource grant mechanisms. I think the other thing to keep in mind is that this policy applies to research with any level of NIH support, whether in whole or in part. So now that we've covered how you can assess whether this data management and sharing policy applies to you, let's talk about what's needed to comply with the policy. And so at a very basic fundamental level, it's really two things that I have outlined here. So one is to include a plan and budget for how you will manage and share scientific data in your application. And then two, to comply with the approved plan and request prior approval if any updates are needed during the life of an award. So that's at a very high level, but now let's dig in a little bit more because there's a lot more to it than that. So starting with step one of just preparing a data management and sharing plan, let's start with kind of what are the minimum required elements to have a plan that's compliant with this policy. And so the policy describes 5 minimum required elements that need to be included in a plan in order for it to be compliant. And that's like outlined on the left of the screen here. So those elements are what data types you'll be generating. So identifying the data that would be preserved and shared, identifying the related tools, software, and code. So any tools or software that would be needed to access or manipulate the data to recreate what you have done or in order to be able to use it in the future by others. As well as standards. So any standards that will be applied to the scientific data, and including any metadata. You might think of common data elements as one thing in here that might be relevant to the work that you're doing. Data preservation, access, and timelines. So this is where you'll talk about what repositories will be used to store and share your data, what unique identifiers they'll have so people can easily access them, and when the data will be shared, as well as how long that data will be available. Then we have access, distribution, and reuse considerations. So a description of kind of any potential limitations for data sharing, any considerations for access, whether it will be restricted or not, as well as any considerations for reuse. We'll talk more about this in a little bit, but just note that overall NIH is encouraging the maximum amount of data sharing where possible. And then finally, you wanted to talk about the oversight of data management and sharing. How will the plan compliance be monitored and who will be responsible for managing that work? So this seems like a lot, but it's worth noting that the NIH is really looking for a relatively high level description here. So the NIH is recommending that plans not exceed 2 pages in length. So you might think about the audience for this form is really going to be your NIH program officer. What will they need to know to understand that you're addressing all of these minimum required elements in the plan? You could consider bullets or a table if that helps you kind of better organize this information. I'll also just say that NINDS encourages the use of a form the NIH has prepared. That's available at the link at the bottom of the screen here. That basically just is a blank sheet that includes these 5 elements, but it allows you to kind of make sure that you're responding to each one of these elements. I do want to just make you aware, though, that other NIH institutes or centers may have different forms that they suggest or require. So keep that in mind as you're preparing your application. The best way to do that is to just look at that notice of funding opportunity that you will be applying to and look for any requirements that are outlined in that section. So there have been a few frequently asked questions as this policy has been rolled out. And one of them is just what data exactly do I need to include in your plan? And in order to try to address this, the NIH has provided a definition of what do we mean when we're referring to scientific data? And we're really talking about the recorded factual material commonly accepted in the scientific community as of sufficient quality to validate and replicate research findings. So, that can be a bit of a mouthful. I think it's helpful just to, again, try to keep in mind the overall intention of this policy, which is to allow the replication and reuse of data. So think about what someone else in your field would need to do this, to replicate or reuse the data that you're generating, and start from there. So, given that, I think it's also helpful to dig into a few more specifics as well too. So starting on like the bottom left part of the screen, some examples of data that would fall under this policy that you would be required to have a plan for sharing are listed on the left here. And that, really just depends on the work that you're proposing, but could include things like genomic data, sequencing data, clinical imaging data. And I did just highlight one example that I think is particularly relevant to this audience, which would be something like step activity from a wearable device in potentially like an at-home monitoring study. This example is cardiovascular health, but you could imagine other scenarios in the more neurology space. So given that, it's also important to keep in mind what does not fall under this policy. This policy does not include every single piece of individual data that you might generate. So here again, to get started, let's again recall the intention of the policy. It's really to facilitate the validation and sharing of data. So a preliminary analysis that wouldn't include enough information for someone to replicate or reuse, that's not going to fall under this policy. Just as a laboratory notebook or a case report form, unlikely to include everything somebody would need in order to kind of fully replicate the study proposed. So just again, when you're starting to draft your plan here, focus on the intent of the policy. What does somebody need to replicate your findings or reuse that data, and start from there. So the next element in a plan covers the related tools, software, code, data standards. And I said it before, I'll say it again. Think about the intent of the policy here when you're trying to get a sense for what would I need to include here. What would someone in your field need to replicate or reuse your data? Would they need any specific software or any information on how you manipulated data in order to recreate your findings? Are there any field-specific standards or common data elements which would enable your data to be readily reused? That's what you want to describe in this section here. Again, there may be notice of funding opportunity or NOFO specific guidelines. That can be a place to get started. And certainly if your field has any field-specific standards, that is something that you want to describe here. I've also just included a link to some NINDS resources in this area where we reference some data standards in different fields, as well as access to common data elements as well. And then moving on, let's talk about the plan described as data preservation, access, and timelines. So this is another area that we get a lot of questions since this policy has rolled out. And I think it's just to start with, there's often not a one-size-fits-all answer to many of these questions, but what I'm going to try to do here is just share some useful tips, guidelines, that kind of thing. So with regard to what repository your data should be shared in, one way to just start is you'll want to make sure it's compliant with the FAIR principles. And FAIR stands for findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable. So sometimes there's an easy answer for a repository here, that there may be a repository that's widely used in your field, widely known. Other times that's just not the case. But I do want to just point out, because this is such a commonly asked question, the NIH has a lot of resources to help you here, including at the link that I've shared on the right side of the slide. It's also worth noting that your institution's biomedical librarian could also be a very helpful resource in this area. And then just moving on, as for when your data needs to be shared, the NIH policy states that it should be shared as soon as possible and no later than the time of publication or end of NIH funding, whichever comes first. So that's where you want to start from. I do want to acknowledge there are cases where this can get complicated. And if you are falling under one of those cases, here's where you want to talk to your program officer if you have any questions there. And then finally, this element of the plan also asks for you to describe how long your data needs to be available. And this can also be, it falls into that area of it. There's not always a one-size-fits-all answer, but NIH does point out that a condition of accepting an NIH grant award is that grantee institutions must keep data for 3 years following the closeout of a grant or cooperative agreement. So that can be a place to start. But keep in mind, some mechanisms like contracts may have other additional requirements. There could be other requirements described in your notice of funding opportunity. And something else to consider is that your institution might have separate requirements in terms of how long data needs to be shared, as well as any data retention policies from the journal or journals that you're considering or have published in. So those are places to get started. But again, if you have any questions here, your NIH program officer could be another resource. And then the final element that I want to highlight is the access, distribution, and reuse considerations, which I think could be particularly relevant for those researchers working with human data like yourselves. So to get started in this section, I recommend checking out again that notice of, checking out a notice linked on the right side of the screen here. This notice OD 22213. If you just type that in Google, that notice will come right up. And that describes some kind of NIH guidance and suggestions for protecting the privacy of human research participants and data. So, again, as you're working through this section, I think it's helpful to, again, remember the intent of the policy to facilitate research validation and reuse. So, here with regard to human subject data, the NIH guidance is to de-identify to the greatest extent possible while still maintaining the scientific utility. So that's really where you want to try to start from. Focus on communicating any data sharing limitations as clearly as possible in your plan as well as your subsequent research materials. And that I just want to point out that we do understand situations can get complicated and nuanced. So I think one place to start here can be talking with your institution's grants or sponsor projects office. But then again, you always have a resource available to you in your NIH program officer. And they can be particularly helpful when there may be unique cases that can be tricky to navigate based on the guidance available. So before moving on to the step 2, the compliance part, I do want to highlight an aspect I'm mostly skipping over for time reasons, which is just to not forget to request funds to facilitate the implementation of your plan. So there's a specific budget justification section to describe this, and that's important because the reviewers of your grant application won't actually have access to your full plan. But in that budget justification, you want to describe what type of work you'll be doing in order to justify the funds needed to comply with that plan. And it's so important to make sure you're considering this when you're preparing your budget because it's highly unlikely the NIH will be able to give you supplemental funds later. So you want to include it upfront in that competing application. And for more guidance and info on this, check out the webpage I shared at the bottom of the screen here. And then finally, the second step is complying with the approved plan. So, the best guidance I give here is prepare the plan as best you can and submit it with your application. If your application is likely to be funded, NIH program staff will review the plan and contact you if they have any questions. And I also just want to acknowledge the NIH understands it's hard to predict the future and exactly what data will be generated, when it will be available to be shared, that kind of thing. So if during the course of a grant award, you need to modify your plan, that is perfectly possible. We understand and are almost expecting it. You just want to make sure you contact your NIH program officer before making any changes to your plan to make sure that you get prior approval there. And so I hope I was able to convey to you some take-home points of understanding when this new policy applies to you and what's required to comply with it. And then finally, I just want to leave you with some resources. The NIH has a pretty great website. It's sharing.nih.gov that covers almost all of the elements that I described here today. Also just want to highlight for any NINDS investigators or people interested in our mission area, a specific page we have describing how we recommend people comply with this policy. So with that, I will conclude my presentation and look forward to addressing any questions that I might be able to. Thank you very much.
Everybody, welcome to this talk on ethics in remote neuropsychological assessment. I am a middle-aged person, for those of you that are visually impaired, a male. I have gray hair. I'm wearing eyeglasses. I have a gray suit jacket. I have a black t-shirt under it, and there's a white background for the contrast. Thank you. And thank you for inviting me to give this talk. In terms of myself, I'm a professor at York University in Toronto and have various awards. I've published books with Springer Nature on a variety of topics, including on ethics. And we have a new book in preparation called The Handbook of Psychological Injury and Law. I'm editor-in-chief of the journal Psychological Injury and Law. In terms of the outline of the paper, we first note that there's not official guidelines on ethical practice, and ethics codes are out there, but they do not have specific points for neuropsychological remote assessments. The American Psychological Association's Ethics Code of 2017 is an important resource, and it involves principles and standards that we should adhere to the best possible degree in conducting neuropsychological research by remote means, but there are multiple challenges. And we're going to address these challenges. We're going to look at some of the research that indicates that the equivalent question is not fully resolved, and for testing and the reliability and validity of these tests that we use in the remote neuropsychological environment are not fully qualified as reliable and valid yet, but there's progress being made. The end of the talk will deal with informed consent in terms of one that I had published on the matter, and with a lot of details that will be informative to you. We'll look at some clinical applications as well. So the paper itself will include the headings of guides, research, ethics, and at the end, recommendations, clinical applications, and informed consent. A critical article that came out in the field is by Builder et al. 2020 for the Inter-Organization Practice Committee, the IOPC. The article defines remote assessment for neuropsychology, and the APA also has a definition that's broader for teleassessment in general. The guidelines include those of the APA in 2013 that is related to teleassessment, but none of these are specific to neuropsychology, especially in the remote environment. The APA guidelines of 2013 on telehealth and psychology uses the words such as challenging for these remote assessments, and there are difficulties involved, including for finding equivalence in tests and their administration. What do they advise? That psychologists need to think through the acquired test data as a result of using these remote assessment instruments. I had noted in a recent publication, that we should be even more cautious than thinking through. For example, I had written, how far can data deviate from the standard in teleassessment? How does one establish test substitution standards when we use different tests than we might have in the in-person environment? How much of a loss of test validity is acceptable for research purposes, for example? In fact, Corey and Ben Poroff, in their article, at least for the forensic context, indicated that remote testing could potentially violate ethical standards that are out there. What about research? We're going to briefly deal with this question. Sperling has given us an excellent review of the research in the area that compares face-to-face and remote assessment, and indicates that optimal research design using a counterbalancing methodology is limited, making progress. And in fact, until we have that progress, we can say that the ethics in remote neuropsychological assessment and testing is lacking And ethics depends on a scientifically informed basis, and we need to make more progress in that regard, as Sperling and others indicate. There are meta-analyses out there, Brearley, for example, making good progress. Now we're going to get on to the topic of ethics itself, and Sperling raised some points that should be involved in ethically consistent procedure in remote neuropsychological assessment. And these relate to lack of familiarity and training in telemedicine, factors related to environment, such as the in-home environment of the person being evaluated. Is there sufficient test security in remote neuropsychological assessment? Do the alterations we make in the standardized tests that we use undermine the reliability and validity of the tests, and consequently of the results that might arrive and of the conclusions that we might make? There are also issues about whether there is sufficient research on the different populations that we could test. Shenville and Schwartz-Met analyzed carefully the APA ethics code for its principles and multiple standards with respect to remote assessment. For example, beneficence, non-maleficence relates to patient care, but I would indicate that it also relates doing no harm through inappropriate procedures used in a remote neuropsychological assessment and the inappropriate conclusions that might derive from those inappropriate procedures. We have to foster trust, following the principle of integrity in the APA ethics code. And that could be hard with all the unknowns out there. We have to adhere to the principle of justice, and this especially means providing equitable access to remote technology for our participants to make sure we don't have skewed, non-normative representative samples. With respect to the rights and dignity of peoples, etc., we have to ensure that the data of peoples in our studies are protected, confidentiality is protected, etc. And that is why I had developed in the 2023 publication an informed consent form, which we'll review at the end of the talk. I do note that I wrote it in 2020 at the start of the pandemic, and it got delayed in the publication process. Shenville and colleague continues that with standard 9 of the code, because there's principles and standards in the code, and that assessment procedures need to be reliable and valid, for example. And when they're not, or they're compromised to some extent, we can use creative thinking. I had noted in that 2023 publication that we have to be careful about using such creative thinking in our solutions. Are the altered test procedures that we use compromise test reliability and validity to the point that they're not meeting acceptable standards. We should explain in our reports all the and our other work, all the limitations that were brought forth in our research using remote neuropsychology. I do note that I wrote a book in 2017 on how to revise the APA ethics code, and I dealt with principles and the standards, and one of the principles that I referred to was life preservation, and this refers to preventing suicide, for example, which is a common obligation we all have, and as many articles have highlighted for the remote environment, this is accentuated because of the problems that there might be crises at home of the participant. There might be lack of privacy, and there could be technological issues that reduce safety, and so there should be adequate safety plans in place. Scott wrote an excellent article with respect to ethics, and we have to decide whether the advantages and disadvantages and a risk-benefit ratio are considered in our decision making. We have to, in this regard, it indicated that a lack of representativeness in medical and psychological research has adverse effects with respect to various principles in the APA ethics codes and follow through in a variety of ways to ensure that representativeness in our research samples. Scott talked about that when we have disadvantaged portions of our population who mistrust the system and the like, we end up, for all these factors, reducing overall testing accuracy. Called for research that is informed by social justice approach in terms of demographics. Other workers have referred to verifying language proficiency, and if not, adjusting for that, and testing in our research different cultures. I would add different countries as well. Scott indicated the kinds of components of an informed consent process that we should include. We should mention that there's limited research, that the modifications might be non-standardized, the home environment is uncontrolled, like in the office. There might be third parties present, like parents, caregivers, or facilitators, or technology assistants. The behavioral observations might be impacted negatively, and this will affect conclusions in our assessments, aside from the data that derive from them. In terms of test security, we have to follow HIPAA rules and guidelines and protect test security. There are different display formats in the remote versus the in-office presentations of tests, which have to be understood for their effects. And there are many challenges that affect accurate assessments, according to Scott et al. I would agree. In terms of ethical decision making that follows from all of these difficulties, Bush pointed out that there are 4 A's. He's a neuropsychologist who works on ethics. We have to anticipate these problems. We have to avoid the problems. We have to address them. And in all our decision-making, we have to aspire to the highest ethical standards. In a more recent publication, he referred to 7 steps in ethical decision-making. We have to clarify the issue, know our obligations, identify the resources to help resolve them, examine our biased personal beliefs and values that might impact our decisions, review our options, proceed to solutions, and monitor the outcomes. So we have to be aware that, as Builder noted, and colleagues, that teleneuropsychology might be contraindicated or even not feasible for certain patient characteristics, circumstances, and referral questions. Let's get on to recommendations and conclusions. We need more research, official guidelines, we need ethics codes that speak to the matters at hand. We need clear, informed consent procedures. The government and agencies should provide us with better funding to do all the research required. In the forensic field, there's even more qualifications that we have to consider. And in other words, we have to overall, in one way or another, in everything we do, examine all threats to assessment and testing validity and provide solutions to them to come up with adequate data that is reliable and valid in the remote neuropsychological assessment environment. Now, there's other issues such as verifying bandwidth in preliminary sessions before we start the research. We have to check the patient's capacity to engage cognitively and clinically. For example, there might be caregivers and facilitators involved. And there are other issues that Scott deals with in his table 3. I ask you to look at them carefully. He has 7 categories: behavioral observation, the environment, patient engagement, technology, potential modification of administration instructions, and testing, scoring, interpretation considerations. And he provides excellent examples, including Zoom fatigue that might come up. We have to be, for our conclusions, constantly up to date on the literature and keep in our research testing different populations. And there you go. I hope that helps. And if you need these slides, please communicate with me at gyoung@yorku.ca or the paper on which these slides are based. Thank you very much.
I am a young female with reddish brown hair and glasses, and I am wearing a green and navy blue plaid shirt. Hi, everyone. My name is Ruth Schneider. I am an associate professor of neurology at the University of Rochester. My primary area of research is in Parkinson's disease, and my talk today will reflect that particular lens of working with individuals with neurodegenerative diseases. I also want to acknowledge upfront that I'm a clinician researcher and not a finance expert. Nonetheless, I'm going to do my best to talk to you about how best to budget for remote neuropsychological assessments. When designing a study budget with remote cognitive assessments, I consider three broad categories: tests, personnel, and participants. Now, these topics are of course relevant to both traditional in-person studies and remote studies, but there are some things that are unique to remote assessments that should be taken into consideration. So let's start with tests. This is perhaps the most straightforward item. Here I'm referring to the cost of licensing and using specific cognitive assessments. Now, with remote studies, you might choose to implement a variety of different approaches. You may choose to remotely administer traditional paper and pencil tests, such as the Montreal Cognitive Assessment, or even domain-specific neuropsychological tests. Alternatively, you may opt for a fit-for-purpose digital platform that is specifically designed for remote cognitive assessment. An example of this would be the web-based testing offered by Cambridge Cognition. Or you may use app-based testing. One example of this in my field would be the Parkinson's disease-specific mPower 2.0 application. Each of these options will have different associated costs. For example, with traditional paper and pencil tests, you may primarily need to consider just the cost of licensing and obtaining a scoring manual. It is worth noting, however, that sometimes there are separate or additional costs to license a remote version of a standard measure. Whereas with a digital platform, you will need to pay not only for the use of the test, but potentially for customer support or technical assistance, possibly for platform-associated project management, and even for data transfer. With app-based testing, there may be costs associated with developing or updating the app to meet your needs. And with each of these different approaches, you'll need to consider how data will be captured, transferred, and stored. With the latter approaches, there may be additional costs for platform-based storage or costs that are associated with the development of, for example, an API to transfer data. When it comes to personnel, the most obvious cost is for the person or persons who are administering or supervising the completion of cognitive assessments. And when budgeting for this, you should consider not only the time spent administering or supervising the assessments, but also the time spent on training regarding the proper administration of the assessments, the time spent scoring the assessments, and the time spent entering the data. I should also note that somebody who is well-versed in the in-person administration of assessments would likely still need additional training to understand the proper remote administration of the same assessments. There are other personnel costs that need to be considered. For example, your study would likely benefit from a data manager, someone to design your database, develop and implement programs to extract data from other platforms, and to monitor the data collection process. You may also consider budgeting for a project manager to oversee the day-to-day implementation of the study, or a neuropsychologist or other individual with the appropriate expertise to help provide oversight of training for personnel and interpretation of study data. The last category are participant costs. For this category, what you budget is really going to be highly dependent on the test that you choose for your study. For example, if you want to do assessments via real-time video conferencing, then you need to budget to support the cost of doing this from a participant's perspective. Now you see here I have listed computer, tablet, smartphone, web camera, and a high-speed internet connection. I'm not saying you need to budget for all of these items for all of your participants, but you should assume that a subset of your participants will need, for example, a web camera and budget accordingly. Similarly, if you want to use a digital platform, you may need to incorporate funds for smartphones. And lastly, I think it's important to recognize the participants' time and effort and provide an appropriate stipend. So how do costs change between traditional multi-center studies, decentralized studies, and hybrid studies? Of course, there will be many different variables, but as an exercise, let's consider how costs might differ based on the design we choose to answer the same research question. So in a traditional multi-center study, test-associated costs are likely to be relatively low, right? With a low cost associated with use of traditional paper and pencil tests. Whereas with a decentralized design or hybrid design, you might select a digital platform with more upfront costs, greater technical needs, and greater data management needs. The biggest difference in cost between these three different approaches would likely be with personnel. Traditional multi-center studies have massive personnel needs, as you need to support staff at each individual site to do the cognitive assessments. Whereas with decentralized studies, you can have a core group of staff to conduct cognitive assessments or to supervise participant completion of cognitive assessments. And with a hybrid study, you might potentially save some costs depending on the test selected, but it's really going to come down to the tests that are selected. Participant costs, I think, are a wash between traditional multi-center designs and decentralized designs. In the former, you may need to pay for travel reimbursements or the cost of gas mileage and even potentially an overnight stay in a hotel, depending on your study. Whereas in the latter, you don't have those costs, but you do have the added costs of providing any necessary technology to allow participation in the study. All right, so now that I've kind of talked through my approach to budgeting for remote cognitive assessments, I want to walk you through one ongoing NIH-funded study as an example. At-Home PD2 is a decentralized observational research study of individuals with Parkinson's disease who previously participated in one of two clinical trials. Now, in this study, our goal is to evaluate the extent to which digital tools and remote participant reporting can improve the prediction of clinically meaningful milestones, such as falls and cognitive impairment. We will also be using digital tools to quantify changes in physical activity and explore the relationship between physical activity, symptom progression, and development of those same clinically meaningful milestones, falls, and cognitive impairment. So here is the basic design of the study. As you might have guessed from the name, At-Home PD2, this study is an extension of a prior study called At-Home PD. In that study, participants were asked to complete quarterly smartphone-based assessments, quarterly online questionnaires, and annual video visits. In At-Home PD2, we're not only extending the period of follow-up, but we're also bolstering the assessments to align with our study objectives. So specifically, we're using 2 wrist-worn accelerometers, incorporating a weekly automated falls assessment, and adding in a new web-based platform for cognitive assessments. And we're hoping to enroll 200 individuals and follow them for up to 3 additional years. These are the assessments that we complete with each video visit. I'm highlighting here in red our incorporation of the Montreal Cognitive Assessment, the Movement Disorder Society Non-Motor Scale, which includes some questions on cognitive symptoms, and CanTab Connect, which includes a number of different neuropsychological tests that cover the domains of memory, executive function, and attention. In addition, we'll also be incorporating new cognitive tasks into the Empower smartphone-based application. You can see here those cognitive tasks are dimensional card sort, digit symbol substitution, and spatial working memory. And every 3 months, participants will be asked to complete a series of motor and cognitive tasks within the application. All right, so I appreciate that that was a bit of a whirlwind description of what is in many ways a complicated study.
but it was simply meant to give you a framework for considering the costs and how we might approach budgeting for this study. So I've broken this down into traditional NIH categories. Please note that this is not a comprehensive list, right? So you might immediately notice that I don't have any budgeting for investigators on here. I've only included those costs that are directly relevant to the use of remote cognitive assessments. So I'll start here with other personnel. And I'll note, I'll start with the research coordinators. So the research coordinators conduct the Montreal Cognitive Assessment. They oversee participant completion of the CANTAB Connect Cognitive Battery. And they also administer the non-motor symptom scale that I mentioned that includes some cognitive symptom questions. In addition to all of that, they also help to monitor adherence with the Empower-based cognitive tasks, conduct outreach to participants when needed, and they're the primary point of contact for any technical difficulties that are encountered by participants. So when budgeting for the research coordinators, we not only consider the number of participants and the volume of visits, but just the amount that they would have to do with each visit and also between study visits. You might also notice that we budgeted for a statistical programmer. In this case, the statistical programmer will help to prepare different sources of data. We have many in this study. So the smartphone cognitive assessments, CANTAB Connect assessments, and the MOCA and summary metrics received for statistical analysis. Why am I including steering committee travel on this list? Well, this is to support effort on our consensus cognitive committee. This committee will be responsible for classifying individuals as normal cognition, mild cognitive impairment, or dementia at each study visit following review of all of our study data. And you can see we've also budgeted $100 per person per study visit. Under direct costs, we have the following. The purchase of the CANTAB Connect platform. You'll also notice that we've budgeted for smartphones, data plans, and even Wi-Fi access. Now, I didn't budget for these latter items for the entire cohort. We designed the budget based on kind of anticipated needs within this study. Now, in our case, all of these participants already have experience participating in a fully remote study, and the anticipated need for smartphones, data plans, and Wi-Fi access is relatively low. Now, we did not need to budget for one of our data capture software systems because we're using RedCap, and we also did not need to budget for the video conferencing platform Zoom since our institution already has a license for that. But these are costs that you should consider when developing budgets for your studies. The last item I have on here is to budget for Sage Bionetworks for work related to the smartphone-based application and for management of Synapse, which is the cloud-based data management platform where all of our study data will ultimately coalesce. So with that, I will end. I want to thank you all for your attention. I hope I've given you a useful framework for thinking about budgeting for remote cognitive assessments, and I look forward to your questions.
Hello, my name is Dr. Michelle Campbell, and I'm the Associate Director for Stakeholder Engagement and Clinical Outcomes in the Office of Neuroscience at FDA. I am a Caucasian female with blue eyes, gray hair, and I'm wearing glasses and a green shirt today. I'll be speaking with you for the next few moments on the FDA perspective of the use of remote assessments in clinical trials and key considerations in understanding the implementation and evidence needed to support the use for clinical trials and ultimately to support clinical trial endpoints. There are great opportunities for the use of remote assessments in clinical trials remote assessments are assessments that are conducted by telehealth platforms such as phone, internet, conferencing. It also can include the use of electronic clinical outcome assessment devices that hold clinical outcome assessments that can be administered remotely and not in the clinic for assessments that need to be taken throughout the duration of a trial, such as at home, for example. We know that remote assessments offer a great opportunity to help decrease the risk of patient burden and in retaining our patients into our clinical trials. It could increase the participation because there may now be able to have less study visits. It may or help decrease any burden of trial participation, including time off from work, any related expenses to participating in clinical trials. Remote assessments also offer us an opportunity to accommodate a greater diversity and inclusion of patients, and it can enable efficiencies in clinical trial implementation, which is what I will be highlighting today. What we learned through the COVID-19 pandemic was that remote assessments can be used and can be implemented well, and it can allow us to be able to do the needed remote monitoring of clinical trial participants. We know that technology innovations can be leveraged and that we can collectively together advance the science of measurements and measurement science specifically to benefit patients by using remote assessments. But we need to take a step back and ask ourselves, does the use of remote assessment in your clinical trial make sense? Does it make sense for your clinical trial design? Is there the infrastructure needed to support the use of remote assessments in clinical trials? And can you fully capture the information obtained in an in-person visit remotely? And so as I go through the next few slides, let's keep those questions in mind as we frame considerations for implementation and evidence generation in clinical trials. So when we are looking at the use of remote assessments in clinical trials, we first and foremost have to prioritize patient safety and privacy. We need to make sure that the patient will be safe in completing the clinical outcome assessments or any other type of assessments that would be done remotely, and that we're maintaining their privacy with who would be seeing those responses through that remote capture, making sure that they feel comfortable if they're doing this in their home, that maybe other family members are going to respect the privacy as they complete things. So we need to make sure we account for that, and that is taken into the protocol development and study design on how to maintain that. We need to have a good maintenance of the maintaining of the data quality and integrity of what is being collected. We need to make sure that the same rigorous procedures that we would have in maintaining our data that we would have at an in-clinic visit happens as well remotely. We need to make sure that all clinical trial staff and study site staff and trial participants and their family members have the appropriate training on how to use the remote assessment and what is asked of them in completing and using remote assessments, particularly if we're bringing technologies into their homes. And we need to pay attention to the increase in variability of the data, since we are now taking maybe that study visit away from that clinic site and at home. And so some of that structure and standardization that would be in a clinic, we may lose when we switch to remote assessments. We need to make sure that we have the feasibility of using the specific clinical outcome assessment type remotely. We need to make sure we still maintain the documentation audit trail of that data to be in Part 11 compliance. And additionally, we need to make sure that there's the appropriate technology and technical support throughout the duration of the trial if questions arise when using the remote assessments. So for patient safety and privacy, we need to ensure that patients can safely complete the assessments remotely. For example, let's use the 6-minute walk. Is there sufficient space in a person's home to be able to complete the 6-minute walk? Is there persons who maybe have a movement disorder Is there persons there to make sure that a patient may not fall during the 6-minute walk, or the same parameters that would be used to maintain their safety in the clinic is the same as at home. We still need to make sure that we minimize patient burden. While we may be shifting from an in-clinic study visit and thinking that we can just bring everything to the home, we still need to make sure that we're not adding to patient burden by doing things at their home. And so it's really important to understand the patient population and the capabilities of the patient population and their families if we're going to be doing remote assessments. And again, as I mentioned before, patient privacy still must be maintained through electronic data capture, through how this data is being transmitted back, who is reviewing it. We still must maintain all the privacy and make sure that is built in from the very beginning of the decision to use a remote assessment into the trial protocol. We need to make sure that we can consistently are using the same assessments and the mode of assessment during the clinical trial. We want to make sure that we are decreasing any noise in our data that may be added in from having, instead of going from having 6 clinic sites, we now may have 60 because we're in 60 homes. And so minimizing any noise is going to be really important in our data. We need to, as always, as we would in a traditional clinical trial, we want to minimize missing data. And so we need to make sure we build in the plan for how that would look when using remote assessments of how to minimize missing data. And also we should really be encouraging and looking at why we're having missing data. It is critically important to make sure that we conduct usability testing with patients, their families, and clinic and site staff. This is not just, can you use the remote assessment? Can you do it? But is really, can they complete the instructions? Can they set up the technology that may be needed? And this should be maintained throughout the duration of the trial. It shouldn't just be a one-time opportunity. And again, we need to make sure that we have our audit trails of the documents from the data that's being collected remotely. So I want to just spend a little bit more time on missing data. This is an important thing. We know that missing data happens in clinical trials. Even in the most perfect trial protocol, we will always have missing data. And so it is no different if we're using remote assessments. And so we really do need to take care to make sure we have a good missing data plan and how we're going to handle this. And it's really important that we need to gain some reasons for understanding why data may be missing. So we may be in a situation that we could experience that would be similar in an insight visit, where maybe perhaps patients don't experience all the symptoms or functional impairment that is being assessed with the remote assessments. It could be, though, that patients don't have enough understanding of the instructions and the tasks needed to collect the data. And that is why it's really important to make sure we understand our patient population and making sure that they can complete the tasks, whether in clinic or even with the remote assessments. We need to make sure that we're not added to the patient burden by switching to a remote assessment and having things be done at home. There could be technology errors. There could be programming errors in the technology that could cause missing data. So really, if possible, we need to be making sure that we investigate the reasons for missing data to be able to be accountable, and then how should we handle it in our trial data. It is really important to standardize as much as possible our data collection and training. We should be standardizing the instructions and directions for how data should be collected. We need to have a standardized training for patients and study personnel. We need to standardize the environment as much as possible as we shift from the clinic site to perhaps the home site of that patients, and making sure that everything is as standardized as possible for all patients. So that may be a need to provide additional resources that folks have at their homes to be able to be successfully able to use the remote assessment. When possible, we need to have standardized devices across the clinical trial site, as well as our case report forms. This, if done well, can minimize any issues with data integrity if we can really standardize as much as possible and follow that protocol throughout the duration of the clinical trial. Infrastructure is always important in any clinical trial. And we talk about infrastructure a lot, about what is needed really to set up a study site, what is needed to be able to be successful. But we need to make sure when we switch to using remote assessments that there's the infrastructure to support the use of that. And so it is really important that discussions start early in the trial design discussion phase of when a sponsor may be considering this, about is remote assessment appropriate and what would that look like in our trial design. Sponsors and vendors of the technologies need to start these discussions before appropriate equipment is obtained, so making sure everyone's aligned on what the goals are. I keep on mentioning training, really critical in this infrastructure, because we know that our trial participants will call the study sites when they have a problem. And so we need to make sure that our study sites are able to handle those questions, and that we should make sure we have that support for our participants in the trials if they do. And so we need to build that in as we are shifting more into remote assessments and into decentralized trials, about building that infrastructure. And it may be above and beyond what we would typically think about an infrastructure. It will always be trial dependent and depending on what are the needs of the clinical trial and their goals for that trial. I quickly want to review an example of where we are actually doing this in a project that the FDA is funding on looking at the ALS-FRS. It's a functional rating scale that is a clinician-reported outcome, and it is used to support trial endpoints in ALS trials. And we are doing an equivalency study right now, funding to go from an inpatient clinic visit to being able to remotely use this assessment. So as I mentioned, it's a clinician-reported outcome of 12 items. And it assesses gross motor function, fine motor, bulbar function, and respiratory, and that the tool is in the public domain, and we were able to do this. So our objectives of this study is to really look at any adaptations that may be needed to be able to switch from an in-person to some type of remote assessment. We are looking at feasibility of the technology, of what is able to be done at the home, what is the best technology. So phone administration, computer-based, telehealth-based, Zoom, all of those different things we need to assess. We're assessing to see what is most feasible for the patient population and what would work best in their home. We want to understand if there's any validity and reliability differences between in-person and remote, and this is the opportunity to do that. And we're additionally looking at translating and doing any cultural adaptations work, first language to be translated to US Spanish, so we can make sure we have something that would be clinical trial ready for the global nature of our clinical trials. So right now we have patients that are participating in a pilot study, which is going to be an interactive opportunity to really get some early data about how is this working, where are things that need to be changed and modified for the bigger comparability study, which is when we will be enrolling patients for both in-person and remote from their home assessments over a short time period, and we'll be evaluating the measurement properties to see if they are still aligned. Can we still interpret the score the same? Can we still create the score the same way from these different assessments? And throughout the duration of this entire effort, we have been engaged with both patients, advocates, and the caregivers on getting their input on the use of this, and really what is the capabilities of being able to do this at the home. So in conclusion, as we continue our conversation today on the use of remote assessments, first and foremost, ask yourself, does a remote assessment make sense? We encourage early and often engagement with the agency to talk about appropriate use of remote assessments, your study design, and your clinical outcome assessment selection. And please consider and always think first about if you think the remote assessment is the appropriate way to go. Building your site infrastructure to support and maintain the use of remote assessments will be critical in your success for your clinical trial. Thank you, and enjoy the rest of the presentations.
Okay, those were fantastic presentations, and we encourage everyone to please put your questions into the chat. We already have one question. There's actually a number that have come up within our planning group as well. So if we could get our 4 panelists into a panel format, please, that would be fantastic. Hello, Dr. Campbell. Hello, Dr. Young. Hello, Dr. Cheever. And waiting for one more, Dr. Schneider. There she is. Fantastic. Okay, great. So thank you all very much. Those are wonderful presentations. So one set of questions is going to focus around the equipment, and this is going to be a question for everyone. And so the part of the question is, it's posted in the chat. Did you plan for dropouts or loss of devices, smartphones, and or replacements? If so, how did you estimate those costs? But there's more to that question. And more specifically, what about the ability, and so I'm thinking about things like costs, ethics, that sort of thing, with providing broadband to people who might not have it. We're starting to shift into a little bit of more of the mode of the equity discussion and some of the decentralized trial format discussion. So Ruth, because there's obviously a cost component to this, we're gonna start with you, and I might modify the question a little bit as we go through the panel.
Happy to. So to start, I will say that not every study provides devices, right? So sometimes we have BYOD, or bring your own device studies, in which case you might not budget for providing smartphones at all. That said, I do think, in the interest of equity and ensuring participation across a wide spectrum, it is important to plan to provide the technology for any participant to enable them to participate. And this is upfront and also includes planning for kind of dropouts, right? So it's hard to estimate. I think it's reasonable to assume that somebody might lose a device like a Fitbit or something, maybe 5%. It depends on the duration of your study, of course. So we don't budget a lot for it, but we do like to include a little bit of a cushion there so that we have funds we can use to purchase additional devices and ship them out to folks if we need to. And we have also started to think about providing things like Wi-Fi, right? I think we've all recognized that the quality of a visit, the quality of the data that we get in a remote video visit is really dependent on the quality of the connection and the environment and so many other factors. And we can't control all of that, but we may be able to help get somebody onto high-speed Wi-Fi. So we do budget for that for certain groups. So our focus has been budgeting for folks who are traditionally underrepresented in research. But again, that's a relatively small number of people that we are budgeting for, not for participants across the entire study. You are muted, but hopefully I have answered your question.
You did. So to expand just a little bit, what about appropriate use agreements or allowing participants to use their devices for things other than the study?
I think that's probably going to be a little institutional specific. So when we purchase and provide smartphones to folks from my institution, it's a fairly locked down version, right? So this is a phone that we're providing for use for this study. There's going to be limited other functionality on it. They're not going to be able to use it as, for example, like their personal phone or, to do other day-to-day things.
Do you ever get pushback from your institution? Sometimes there's a difference between buying a laptop for analyzing data and buying a mobile device, whatever it is, for use by a participant. Have you heard of institutions pushing back on that at all, or pushing back on purchase of devices, or funding agencies? I mean, I don't want to put us on
I won't throw anybody under the bus, but no, I have not. I think that they want to make sure that the costs are reasonable and appropriate for the study. And so I am not, for example, necessarily buying everybody an iPhone. When we budget for smartphones, we budget for, fairly basic models that are going to, again, meet the needs of the study. But due to some of the concerns about security, again, these versions are pretty locked down as far as how folks can use them on a day-to-day basis.
So Gerald, I'm going to ask you to weigh in on all of the above, because I imagine there's a number of different ethics related questions on a few different levels. And so please feel free to comment away.
Well, you folks are working in the trenches. I wrote a paper related to ethics in general from the APA Ethics Code and other guidelines that might be available. I talked about all the problems in administration and equivalency and the like, and you're actually trying to resolve those problems. I think Dr. Campbell in particular gave us a lot of good insight onto how to do that effectively in trial research. So let's go back to the issue of ethics in terms of ethical decision making. We have to keep it, on the top of our mind and be aware that every decision that we're making, are we compromising the tests, their reliability, their validity, and consequently the data that derive from them, and consequently the conclusions that will result from the trial or from the research. And so if we keep that on top of our mind, then all the decisions, such as the ones that Dr. Schneider just mentioned in terms of implementing resources for disadvantaged folks such that they can participate in the research and you'll have a more representative sample, those are excellent ways of proceeding such that the research can't be criticized in the end for being limited, weird, or whatever in terms of representativeness in the population and equity. I hope that answers your question. And you folks also have various procedures that Dr. Cheevers described that we should be following in this regard as well. They're all, in fact, all of your talks are how to implement the ethics that I've talked about for effective remote neuropsychology and neurology research.
Michelle, did you want to add anything?
Sure. I like to thank everyone else for their great presentations, and I really do also believe that they complement each other with what really this discussion of how can we successfully capture data remotely and make sure that data is not only useful and interpretable, but in a way that is still protecting patients and their privacy. And then what is that opportunity for data sharing? And what does that look like when we're collecting remote data and really getting back to that source documentation of what we can share? So I think I have two thoughts of that original question. So I think the first question is about the equity aspect of really going out and trying to diversify our research and clinical trial opportunities. And obviously remote assessments and decentralized trials opens up those abilities. And I'm going to take that one step further to add into another thing that wasn't necessarily spoken about today because of just the nature of being in the US, but in clinical trials, we are talking about global clinical development of programs, particularly in our rare diseases. And so it's an extra added thing to consider, can we successfully administer these assessments remotely in other countries? Do they have the technology capabilities as well? So we know what is going on in the US, where there's lack of technology in certain parts of the US, the availability of the internet, for example, not being available, access to a provisional device, a smartphone. We already know what the challenges here in the US, and I think that we're doing our best to explore how can we do that? How can we enhance and provide opportunities? Is it through providing hotspots? To making sure people have internet connection? Is it providing provisional devices so they can collect data? But we also have to think about this from a global perspective. And I'm highlighting this because I'm presenting on this very similar topic next week on something very similar, looking at the global development and wanting to capture all this information. And can we successfully do that? And so I do think part of the questions, if we're wanting to implement in the clinical trial, is where is your clinical trial sites? And can this be successfully done? And can you, and I know I highlighted a little bit and emphasized that infrastructure piece. can you have that infrastructure to really support all of the sites? And if we're talking about something that is going to be outside the US, including, other parts where there may not be good technologies available, can you support that infrastructure? I think the other part that you asked about, and that was highlighted by Dr. Schneider, was the use of bring your own device. And what do you do? Like, what are these type of devices? And then in the clinical trial space, we have had the use of electronic COAs for many, many years. Really that shifting from a paper and pencil collection to electronic data capture. And part of that is because of our regulations where we want everything to be electronically sourced. And so there are actual vendors who do this work, who do the programming on provisional devices, and should be working in the space with that respective industry member who's developing a drug development program to collect that device. But the same considerations of cost. So every time you have to reprogram is a cost. Can the person use the provisional device or whatever is being, provided? So all of those things take into account. There has been some work looking at the bring your own device, BYOD concept, and can it be used into clinical trials? And there's been some papers out of the ECOA consortium from the Critical Path Institute that have actually explored this. It's a consortium of both industry and vendors who work in this space. And so considerations for bring your own device, we still have to think of the same thing if any type of apparatus is being used to capture data. So what if we have system updates, right? Are they frequent enough? So things about, being able to have a lockdown system, you can push out the updates. But let's say I'm using my own iPhone and to collect data, and all of a sudden Apple, the iOS system says it's time for me to update, and it didn't interact well with that app that was on my phone. And so now I can't get into that app because of an iOS part. And we've heard stories about this in other groups that do bring your own device. So this is another part of that consideration of what is that appropriate way to collect this data. Is it through something where we purchase and provide? Is it this? What does that look like? So it's really making sure we have those thoughtful plans. And it doesn't matter if it's a clinical trial, clinical research, any type of data collection we're doing, we really need to sit down and take that time for that thoughtful approach about some of these details when it comes to remote assessments and the use of technologies, really make sure we have the success we need, and really making sure we don't have any interruptions during our trials or research periods that could be detrimental to the overall results of what we're studying.
Great. Gerald?
I just want to talk about one more point, forensic neuropsychology. I mentioned that in the presentation. There's very limited research for symptom validity tests like personality inventories that we use, such as the MMPI-3. There are versions that are available for remote assessment. But I asked the folks on my board, the neuropsychologists, experts who publish on performance validity tests, and I asked them, I have a talk coming up, which one should I mention that you would be using remotely? And they all responded, we don't use these tests remotely. They're not established as reliable and valid yet in the remote environment. So even during COVID, they would do their in-person assessments. So this is an area of research that, again, indicates that there's ethical consequences for not having equivalency. And we have to be careful in that environment. And I encourage the various funding agencies to consider forensic neuropsychology as one more area requiring research in this regard. And you'll notice as one example of technological defects that can take place. Look at the NIH thing on my screen up there. It's backwards. So, technology can lead us astray. And there's an example. Thank you.
Thanks. Your logo is actually the right way, but it might not look like it to you, but it actually gets mirrored. Tom, did you want to add anything to the conversation about? I've got a question for you, but I want to give you a chance to.
Yeah, I don't think I have much to add other than, we just were talking about, estimating costs for things, that kind of thing. And I only just mentioned it briefly in my presentation, but just don't forget that if you're looking for NIH support, you'll have to comply with the policy. Don't forget to budget for these things and the sharing of the data as a part of that.
So, okay, so that was going to be my question for you, and I'm going to give you the chance to expand on that a little bit. Experience so far, I mean, this is all brand new to everyone, and we'll go around, I guess, you know, Ruth, I'm going to come to you too. So experience so far on, or I guess tips on budgeting, how to estimate the cost, how to, you know, spread it out over the correct number of years, thinking about what impact there might be after the grant has ended, the funding period has ended. I know it's early days. I think, you know, as you and I have discussed separately, you know, everyone's still sort of building the airplane while we're flying it. So without, you know, holding anyone to anything in terms of, you know, NIH policy, so to speak, thoughts on early experience with budgeting, or what's getting overestimated, underestimated, you know, best practices, that kind of thing. Here's your chance to really riff on it.
Okay, so just a couple nuggets is you know, like Adam mentioned, it's very early days of the policy, but we have seen some budgets come in with $0 allocated for sharing, and it makes us a little bit nervous. Now, it's possible that that sharing was in other budget categories that maybe just we didn't as easily pick up, but I think the biggest note to take home from this is that it is very, very unlikely that we would be able to like provide funding later to facilitate data sharing. It really needs to be requested upfront by the best possible estimate that you can make. And just keep in mind that NIH kind of grant management policy is, if necessary, you have the ability to kind of rebudget within categories as a project goes on, but just really do your best to make sure that you're requesting funds needed to facilitate sharing you know, throughout the life of the award. And there's the last thing that I'll mention is, you know, let's say you're proposing to share your data for making it available for 10 years in a repository, something like that. And it actually requires cost to maintain that, but your grant runs out 3 years from now, that kind of thing. You need to make sure that you're requesting money during your grant period to cover the expense of sharing after the grant period, because again, like, we can't give you money after your grant has ended. So I think those are just maybe a couple points to keep in mind as we're starting to get the hang of this policy.
That's great. Okay, Ruth, you're in the real world. Your thoughts on the
So
budgeting
in the
cost
real world,
stuff.
but I have not had to comply with this policy yet since it's so new. So I'm going to throw that out as my disclosure. That said, one of the studies that I highlighted in my brief talk, at home PD2, you know, a lot of that study is about data sharing. So while it wasn't formal policy yet, this is definitely something that we try to consider with every study. And so for that study, we use a lot of different sources of data, right? So we have wrist-worn devices, we have cognitive assessments that are coming in through an online platform, we have kind of traditional assessments being done by video-based visits, smartphone assessments, and all of this has to converge somewhere. And then this has to be shared in kind of like a usable, understandable way with the associated metadata that was highlighted. So we use a platform called Synapse, which is managed by Sage Bionetworks. And I think I'm telling you all of that to highlight that think about what type of data you have and what systems can accommodate it, right? Because not every system can accommodate those complex data streams, and nor can every system accommodate the different digital data streams that we're kind of increasingly using. So budget for that, budget for how you're going to transfer the data, and have a plan for how that transfer is going to be done, whether it's by like manual upload or an API, whatever system you're going to use. You do need to think about those things up front. Budget for the time it takes to de-identify this information. We use a complex process of kind of transforming the visit dates, and that took some time to implement and take some time to do, even now that we have that plan and that system and process. And then everything from that study is going back to the Parkinson's disease biomarkers program data management resource. So that's kind of like our data repository that will accept at least the clinical data. So I think just think about the full stream of things, like how do you capture the data? Where does it sit in the short term? Where does it get transferred to? And then how do you ultimately get it back to the repository that's going to be accessible to others?
That's fantastic. Thank you. So question from the audience, can anyone speak to the effective implementation of testing for people who access technology with various accommodations at baseline, for example, computer display adjustments for vision, alternative inputs for motor impairment, or text-to-speech for people who do not read? Have bring your own device paradigm been applied to bring your own accommodations?
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. And I think that's why usability testing is so critical to making sure that it's not just can the person, understand what's going on, but can they actually be able to use the remote assessment? So do they have to have a ability to have a larger font on the screen? Or let's say you've given them a smartphone and that smartphone screen is only so big and they need to be able to answer an assessment. What does that look like? Particularly if you're asking them to respond to questions, can they see all the questions on the screen? I think that's really important because, we will ask to see copies, screenshots of the questions of how they appear that are going to be, particularly when these are assessments that are going to be supporting primary and key secondary endpoints in trials. And we want to make sure that a person's going to be able to see this. And so I think that's absolutely critical things that people need to be thinking about when they're thinking about, can we successfully do this? What would that look like? What do we need? So that is a critical piece of that. We're actually exploring that in the ALS-FRS study I was talking about that the FDA is funding. We actually had our human factors folks from our Center for Devices as a part of this effort as well, talking about what is the lighting that's needed. Is there a height that we need to have a camera? So all of those things really should be taking place ahead of time. So thought out usability testing and pilot testing if possible. And I understand when we're in the clinical trial setting, it's a cost thing, right? It can be costly, but we do need to think about this because we want to maintain data quality with that. And so it is really important to think about that. I think it's a great question. And if we want to continue to provide equity to include more patients and their caregivers into these assessments, we have to take that also into consideration. So not just do they have the technology, but how can they successfully operate any technology that may be needed to collect that data.
Thanks, Michelle. I've actually got a follow-up to that, but did anyone else want to chime in before I do that? Gone. Okay. So I'm going to follow up on that. And this is a question for everybody. So we're talking, and I'm only doing this because I had this question prepared, but relates to something we heard earlier. So, Anna Williams is telling us a little bit about her daughter and how her ability to process certain kinds of information versus her ability to actually perform certain kinds of tasks that are so-called, standardized for a given test. And so in that context, we're talking about the idea of standardization. So Michelle, you brought this up in your talk about standardizing as much as possible versus it seems to me like there might be a tension there where you're trying to test someone in their natural environment. So there's a little bit of a, it's sort of analogous to the equality versus equity conversation. So how do we balance the need for similar environments for everyone, sort of like so-called clinical setting, versus an optimal environment for performance on a given test, so someone will be able to perform their best on a given test? Seems like there's a little bit of a tension there, and I'm trying to figure out how we can navigate that. So Michelle, that was for you.
Yeah, we see that. So we see that tension in a couple ways, particularly with the increased use. And while this is not a digital health technology talk, we definitely see that a lot more with these passive versus active type styles of data collection, right? So just collecting data in the everyday life versus how do we collect information that we are really shifting maybe from a clinic visit or things that we know will be, at home. So I think I think it's a couple of things. So, in the clinical trial realm, let's just take away remote neuropsychological assessments. But we have been collecting remote data even pre the big pull of it in the pandemic. When we have diseases and conditions that are symptomatic, you may have an electronic data capture of a daily diary, for example, right? Or a weekly frequency or symptom severity type scale that's being administered. And so that's happened for a long time. And we know it needs to go happen at home because your study visits maybe once every 3 to 6 months, depending on the duration of the trial, right? And so you're going to be collecting those assessments at home. And so we do have a lot of that experience with that. I think when we start getting into things that we would normally want to try to do, that used to be, I don't know if that's the right word, but traditionally had always been in a more formal clinical setting, maybe for the lack of a better word. And I personally have sat through neuropsych batteries myself. I know how long they take. I know how exhausting they are as an adult to have had one conducted on myself, child, and as an adult, I've had some of the assessments done. They're exhausting even as an adult, right? And so I do think, though, that there are some things we may not be able completely to shift, right? So I don't think we can completely decrease maybe the exhaustingness of some of the batteries, for example, when it's at home, they're lengthy tests. I do think, though, that if I personally, this is my opinion, had been able to do it maybe at home, I may have felt a little bit more relaxed a bit, right? Because I don't feel like I had that pressure, per se, of being in that the room where you have the tester in front of you, the examiner, watching you scribble things away. So I do think that, we want to make sure we can standardize as best as possible, but we understand that there are going to be the subtle differences when we do move things to a non-clinic visit setting. But where we want to standardize is really in the instructions of administration. The setting, particularly if it's now here we're talking neuropsychological, so we wouldn't see this, but if I was talking about a performance outcome measure that is more based on physical function, right? So how far can I walk? We want to make sure we have some standards there. So we want to try to build in where appropriate to help with that data integrity. But I think we do have to understand that, yes, there's going to be those subtle differences that we're not going to be able to control. And so where are the things that we can try to build in, which is going to be, like I said, administration, maybe if we're doing a face-to-face Zoom like this, for example. So is there a height requirement that your laptop or computer, your camera needs to be so many inches away or things like that? That then helps build that. So we're trying to make sure we're again, it goes through that data integrity and the quality we're getting, but we're not gonna be able to completely eliminate some of that, potential noise just because we have moved it. So that's why I think we start standardizing it where we can to help us. But we are seeing good success, with your remote assessments. And I think that's why we are looking at that as an opportunity to help us when appropriate in our research settings.
Great, thank you. Gerald, did you want to weigh in on that one? Comment?
We had a submission to our journal about a remotely developed performance validity test. It just came in, we're evaluating it. Hey, one day we might be developing tests in the remote environment more often than we do and see the equivalence in the in-person environment. For example, you mentioned that it's more relaxing at home, Dr. Campbell, and other constraints might in the lab might come out that we'd have to monitor and check to see if the equivalence comes out in the reverse equivalency kind of research that might be coming up one day.
Great, thank you. Ruth, did you want to weigh in?
So I think during the pandemic, we were all forced very rapidly to replicate what we do in clinic in the remote environment, right? And I think in many ways, we're still doing that. And I kind of often struggle with this question of, well, how do we take it to the next level, right? How do we really take advantage of the fact that somebody is at home and the added additional insight that we can get based on how they're feeling or functioning because they are in their home environment. So I'm not always convinced that what we do in person needs to 100% kind of match up with what we collect remotely or be replicated remotely, right? Like maybe we need to be pushing it a little bit further and thinking about what are some new measures or new assessments that, as Dr. Young said, are designed for that remote environment, and how much more we can kind of learn from that. And I'd like to think that the field is kind of heading that way, but I guess we'll see.
Yeah, interesting. And Dr. Monroe Cullum, who gave our keynote this morning, said excellent point about validity tests, because he discusses this morning, in addition to relative lack of executive function and visuospatial tests remotely, there aren't many studies looking at validity testing remotely. And that's, I think, one of the big points he made this morning. Wonderful, thank you. So the next question, Tom, we're coming back to you. One of the big challenges, and we'll draw on anyone's experience for this, from anyone on the panel, but we'll start with Tom. One of the big challenges with data sharing is the metadata associated with it, particularly the conditions under which the data were acquired. Are there any efforts toward developing standardized import forms to capture all necessary metadata when sharing data?
So maybe just to start, acknowledge that certainly a challenge in the field. And I think the second point I would just say that I think this is a question really for the repositories that we're using to share the data. And that's where, like I think I mentioned in my talk, it's still one of the most challenging parts of the policy. So, there are some NIH institutes that have their own repository, that all of their funded work goes into the same repository. Certainly that could be an opportunity for standardized import of data to make sure that we're capturing metadata and that kind of thing. But for example, NINDS, where Adam and myself are, we don't have something like that for all of our funded work. And so the NIH policy and the NINDS implementation of that is to kind of find the most relevant repository that meets kind of our good practice criteria, like that, those FAIR principles, like I mentioned. So I think a lot of the repositories that best meet that findability, accessibility, interoperability, I think many of them are already thinking about this, but I think there's certainly more potential for that. But so I think I might put this back on the community, and just to say, I think there's opportunities for communities to generate repositories themselves, and to think about things like this of just kind of how do we again make sure that we're capturing all of the data and metadata necessary to facilitate that broad sharing and the reuse of it, that kind of thing. So I hope that's helpful.
Thanks,
Yeah,
Ruth.
there's also some external work that's happening with groups that are doing data sharing to look at data standards using the FAIR principles as well as OMOP principles to really try to harmonize. So when we talk, not only do we talk about data sharing, data contributions to pick your choice of where you want your data to go, but it's also if we're pulling other sources of data from other entities that it may not be all NIH funding, it may be from someone else. And so how do we pull that data together? So there are efforts with some groups. The FDA is funding the Rare Disease Cures Data and Analytics platform out of the Critical Path Institute is an example. And so they've been working with different groups. I believe they're working with some of my NIH colleagues from different institutes on those FAIR principles, having metadata to the certain levels of FAIR, as well as OMOP, and how do you really pull all this data together? So it's one piece to data share, in which we fully support at the FDA. And I always encourage you to think about data sharing prospectively for it, but also it is really how can we, as we encourage data sharing in general, how do we think about the building of the data standardization of how that output goes? And I think Tom is right. We're I wouldn't say we're at the complete infancy. I think we know where success looks. Obviously, our clinical trial data has to be in a standardized method and form when it comes into the FDA for review. But I think that we're continuing to grow with how that can look from different data sources and data standards. And I think as people are starting to become more familiar with data sharing and wanting to contribute data, I think we're having a much more active conversation in that space right now. So yeah, Tom's right. We need to all be working on this together. And then there are some groups that are working on this and collaborating with other other groups, NIH included, nonprofits that are doing data sharing, to really work together, because in the end, we all want to benefit patients, their families, in the end. So we really do have to work on that together.
Fantastic. Ruth, thank you, Michelle. Did you want to add anything, Ruth?
Not much, just to say I agree. This is a prime example of an opportunity for pre-competitive collaboration, right? And Dr. Campbell's already highlighted the great work of Critical Path. And I know they've done some work specifically in the Parkinson's disease space on this, on creating data standards for sharing, with particular attention to metadata. It's not something that an individual researcher or an institution can solve. Really does require collaboration across all the different key players.
Yeah. So moving on, one topic that we haven't discussed, and so this is for anyone, your experience with IRBs and remote assessments. Any thoughts on how the IRBs have looked at this? Has there been any? And I'm particularly interested to hear, Ruth, obviously your experience with this, but also Michelle, on what you've been hearing, what you've been seeing, because obviously at some level there's some, even if it's indirect, there's some engagement with regulators as well. So Ruth, we're going to start with you. Any experience that you can share, things that you've reliably heard, or issues regarding remote assessments and or research on validity testing and all the topics we've discussed so far?
Sure. So I think from the IRB standpoint, I mean, thinking back over the last 5 to 6 years, maybe, I think at my institution, things have actually become stricter as it has become more commonplace, right? So there are, for example, new requirements in place for exactly how we need to do remote e-consenting and what that process looks like. And there is much more attention being paid to data security and the process for how information is shared between my institution and other organizations, particularly with these other vendors that you may be using for these studies, how it's shared, what exactly is shared, particularly if there's any protected health information involved. So I think that's been kind of the general trend from my standpoint. And so if you work with a lot of vendors, it can take some time, right? If you have multiple layers of review of how this information is being shared, it is challenging. In regards to the validity point, I think this is kind of, something that still needs to be addressed, right? The validity of doing some assessments remotely versus in person. Again, I kind of come back to, though, probably in many cases, it's just not appropriate to be comparing in person to remote testing, right? And maybe the better question is, can we do this what is the validity of doing this remotely over time? And how much does that tell us versus trying to compare it to in-person testing? But I have not had any issues with the IRB from that standpoint, from the standpoint of how valid is the testing that we're doing.
Thanks. Michelle, did you want to comment on that? And we're going to come to Gerald next.
Yeah, I mean, from our perspective, obviously, an IRB will obviously make a final decision in terms of the protection of human subjects. And we do have some guidances on consent forms, electronic consent forms. From our perspective, what's needed. I just was quickly looking up, we have a 2016 guidance on electronic consent and what's actually needed for inspections and things for that audit trail that would be needed for consent if we were to come out for a site inspection work. So I think for what we're looking for, while we are not the IRB, I think we are still looking for making sure that it makes sense for patients, we're protecting them, what are safeguards, and so making sure they're well described in the consent form. So we do actually look at the consent form when it comes in with the protocol. And so what is in the study protocol, what's in the consent form. So we would do want to make sure that the appropriate protections for the patients and the enrollees and trials will be there for their families. And so as I've mentioned a little bit in my presentation briefly, we do require data to come in electronically now. There is what is known as Part 11 compliance, which talks about electronic data capture in general, not just, you know, the COA, but all data coming electronically, and what does that audit trail look like? So we've had obviously some thinking about this, but in the end, we still want to make sure that we're doing what's best for trial participants and making sure that we're keeping that information safe and protected in any way possible.
I'll just add one thing, Adam. I think the other thing that, as I was thinking, as Dr. Campbell was talking, that are often comes up for us is safety planning, right? So how do we respond, or what are we going to do if something happens during a visit? And what I've seen is much more stringent kind of requirements to spell out what we're going to do if X happens, because we're not there in person and we cannot be hands-on in that situation. So in remote studies, I have to really have a kind of a framework or a pathway for how we might address things that come up. And that's not necessarily required in in-person studies. That's more, you're going to, you know, go back to good clinical practice and, you know, you use your judgment. So that is another difference that I've seen with the IRB with remote versus the in-person assessments.
Interesting. So Gerald, you're advising an IRB on studies they're reviewing for using remote assessments, studying various aspects of remote assessments as we've been discussing. What sorts of advice, questions would you be providing to the IRB, questions that you think they need to be asking the investigator team, using the framework that you presented before, sort of fleshing that out a little bit?
Well, they should determine to what extent that there's been equivalency studies, what extent that safety has been considered, all the various factors that we discussed already. I don't think there should be any hard and fast rules. I think there's research and process that will be determined, as I've indicated, to what extent can be variations in a standardized in-person format be altered in the remote assessment. And that still has to be evaluated in terms of, is there degradation in reliability and validity? I think Dr. Schneider, I believe, raised a great point that maybe we're going to become to the point that there's going to be a separate set of norms, if you will, for remote versus in-person assessments neuropsychologically. And the IRBs in that case will have to consider whether the norms in the two different circumstances are being violated extensively by the particular study. So if there are new protocols in that sense, then the field can move forward. That's essentially what makes sense at this point.
Wonderful, thank you. So a question for Michelle. What opportunities are there for clinicians to collaborate with FDA to develop acceptable remote measures like the ALS project that you mentioned? Anything other than requesting early meetings for guidance?
Yeah, that's a really great question. So obviously, we're, unlike our sister agency, NIH, we're not typically a funding agency. And it's not really our primary role, obviously. And so we do have some opportunities where in terms of a funding opportunity through our broad agency announcements, we've had some other programs that have been announced that way. But we do have collaboration opportunities, though, one through the pre-competitive space. Pre-competitive space is a great way to bring all stakeholders together with the expertise to answer various research questions, particularly how it impacts and the impact with the regulatory side. So we very much encourage pre-competitive space work where applicable. We have opportunities to maybe have discussions at research roundtables. That makes sense. I'm sorry, I'm getting a little shadowy. It's where the sun is coming in behind me as the sun starts to set now in November here in the East Coast. But there are opportunities such as maybe research roundtables to have collaborative conversations about work that needs to be done. We do have critical path innovation meetings, which is really for things that are outside of an investigational new drug development program. So this is an opportunity to have if there's novel questions or ways to engage with, ask questions to the agency. And it really brings a whole collaboration of different FDA folks and expertise to the table and really get to hear current thinking on certain topics. So we do have those opportunities. So yes, we are open to have opportunities to collaborate. Sometimes it may be hard to find how to do that. But we recognize that we are all partners together and we are just one stakeholder when it comes to drug development. And so as we continue to look at shifting into decentralized trials, increasing of remote assessments, I think the critical questions that have happened today, the validity questions, can I really use this in this population question, does this make sense? The interpretation of the data, if I'm using this in a rare disease population and they're always going to be at the floor effect, what does that mean? Those are the kind of questions we would want to have conversations jointly with, so we can work together, provide our perspective of what our challenges are, or what are some of the questions we get. I think we provide a different perspective than my clinician colleagues who are using these assessments for either clinical management of their patients or for different types of research. Our perspective is slightly different, but it is one that we can all collaborate together and learn from each other, because really that's the only way we're going to advance the measurement science field is through collaboration.
Great, thank you. Any other comments on that question? Okay, so would any of you like to ask questions of each other? Oh, come on, guys. This is a good panel. You guys are very smart people. We can come up with something. Okay. Looking at my questions here. So I guess a question for you, Ruth, how do you typically budget in things like ethics and regulatory issues when you're putting that all together, when you're putting your budget together?
You give me an example of what you're thinking of?
Yeah, how would you budget a meeting with FDA? How would you budget your IRB costs, since your IRB might look a little bit different than it does? I don't know if the IRB is going to charge you differently for how much, studies, I think the remote assessments are becoming more mainstream, but is there a difference with your IRB for type of study, that kind of thing?
I have not seen any difference in costs with the IRB for reviews. I think I always try to think about budgeting for team meetings when I develop a budget, right? So I think sometimes we get stuck on the standard clinical trial mode of a per subject fee, as it's called, right? But there's so much more that happens outside of those visits. So making sure we're budgeting for all of those other pieces is definitely appropriate. And I can't speak to the FDA component of that, other than, again, I think certainly budgeting for your time to develop those ideas and have those meetings would be very appropriate.
Fantastic. Any other last closing thoughts or comments that any points that anyone wanted to make before we close out this session?
Yeah, I'd like to know, in IRB decisions, how often is ethics raised, and how often are the decisions negative because of ethics, and to what extent that might be augmented now in the remote environment. We've mentioned that they're more stricter now, probably especially since COVID, but what about ethics that way? Has it come up in various research applications that you've dealt with in the IRB level?
I think in my experience, when ethics comes up the most is probably the equity issue of making sure we are paying enough attention to ensure access to participate in our study. I'm kind of acknowledging that there is a digital divide, out there, but not just acknowledging it, like the need to go beyond that and make sure that we are, again, providing for folks to be able to participate in the study. And I think that's the most common kind of ethics question that I have seen come up in this remote work. I don't know if others have comments on that.
Thoughts, comments? All right. Well, we're going to land this plane on time, everyone. I want to thank all of our panelists. It was a fascinating panel. I learned a ton, and I assume all of our participants did as well. So we're going to go to a 10-minute break. When we come back, so we're going to meet up again at 3:40 Eastern Time, US Eastern Time. When we come back, you're going to get some instructions from Christy on the breakout rooms, where we're really going to start fleshing some other additional issues out. As you know, you registered for breakout rooms. We were able to accommodate most, but not everyone, partly because of how many people signed up for the rooms. And so we will see you back at 3:40 for instructions on breakouts, and we'll spend a few minutes together, and then we'll move to the breakout. So thank you all very much. We'll see you back in 10 minutes.
I want to welcome everybody back for our last session of the day. We have 4 breakout rooms, which are going to be led by some moderators and also some of our NIH partners. And most of you who've registered have selected a breakout room at the time of registration. We'll populate you into those breakout rooms in just a moment. Our 4 rooms are validation of tools into different languages and with diverse populations. Room 2 is ensuring methodological fidelity and integrity with multi-site trials. Room 3 will cover safety and reporting issues. And room 4 is equivalence versus validity and reliability. So just a couple of notes about the breakout sessions. You're automatically going to be launched into your discussion room. We've done our best to distribute everybody into the rooms that you were registered for, but we also we're really mindful of wanting to have a good discussion. So we've also evenly distributed people across the rooms. If you are not automatically moved into a room, please let us know in the chat which room you'd like to be placed into in terms of the topic, and we're going to do our best to place you in those rooms with availability. And then at the end, as soon as the breakout discussions are over, that's it for the day, and we'll invite you to rejoin us tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock Eastern Time for a data blast of presentations, as well as the rest of the content for the day. In terms of the breakout rooms, this will be a little bit different. We'll have live discussions, so feel free to turn on your video and to ask a question by raising your hand, and then participating in the discussion from your camera with your microphone. Obviously, please take turns, please be courteous. We will hopefully have enough time for a robust discussion, and we're really looking forward to it. The breakout rooms are listed on the slide in front of you now. And right now we will begin the breakouts, and we'll see everyone in the broader audience tomorrow morning.